So in between, I'll have to second the leg. And that's workshop, right?
Um,
What's his first name? Jordan.
Can we start a couple? There we go. Good morning. I would like to welcome you to our monthly, our bi-monthly work session these days, April 4th, starting at 9 a.m. Our first topic today is property insurance. We have Bonnie Penner, Jody Dumas, and Lynn Peterson. Come on up. Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you for the wonderful opportunity to talk to you a little bit about our renewal of our property insurance. Lynn, our resident expert in property insurance, is up here today to kind of take you through, and she's got a team with her from a team of our consultants who work with us to try and figure out what our rate's going to be. And so with that, you all know the news about property insurance, and so we're going to be having a similar conversation with you today about what way the board would like to go in terms of coverage and what that coverage is going to cost. So with that, I'll turn it over to Lynn. Lynn, go ahead.
Okay, thank you, and good morning, everybody. I'd like to bring up our representatives, our Gallagher from, this is Chris Connolly from Gallagher. He's the broker consultant, and Danny Parsons, both of which add to our risk team to help us with our property casualty, and today, the property insurance. So first, I want to start off with, I have a PowerPoint here. Make sure this is our current property program diagram. Obviously, we have multiple carriers on the program. Not one carrier wants to take all of the risk. The current program, we have insurance up into $125 million. We have a $100,000 deductible and a 3% wind deductible currently. We self-insure the top 50 million, excess 75 million, that little corner up there. So that's what it currently looks like today. That last year when we purchased that was $4.2 million. I have my usual technology problems have occurred. And moving on to the next slide, which I have hit something.
I think you right-clicked.
Yeah, here. Thanks, Keegan. Okay, yeah, I tried. My thumb hit the, was a little too big. So the next slide shows the history. And when you can see, as you look from, this goes back to 1992, as we increase our property values, obviously our insurance increases. The program has increased limits and moved as the market has moved. So you'll see, I'd like to point out 2005, 2006, where there was a 61% increase at that point in time due to Hurricane Katrina. The market just was stretched thin and rates increased tremendously. So you'll see that we've been in this boat before. So when the market is good, we try to purchase more insurance and do less self-insuring. But when the market is bad, unfortunately, we take on more risk. so that it doesn't cost us as much. So this just gives you a little synopsis of our history. Chris, did you want to say something?
Just to add to that, so I think that
Maybe it's not close enough.
okay, oh, I'm sorry. But yeah, so the comparative I think is very relevant in the sense that this is the most difficult market, property insurance market we find.
Hold on one second, because I can kind of hear you, but hold on. We're going to hold on.
Okay.
We've got our communications director coming in. to help.
Sorry if I messed this up. There you go. Okay.
Just
I'll
needed
get
the tap,
closer.
apparently. No, okay.
That's
There you go.
perfect.
So sorry to get, if you don't mind.
No, that's great. So yeah, I think the comparative is good in the sense that this is the most challenging market that we've found ourselves in really since Hurricane Katrina, unfortunately. So with that, Hurricane Ian was obviously one of the drivers of the current marketplace, but there's a lot of other aspects of that I think we'll talk through in a little bit. But if there's any good news, it's that this isn't quite as bad of a market as post-Katrina, but it's very close. So we're gonna, depending what sector you're in, obviously, but in the public sector, I think you'll see the relative changes are going to be slightly less this year, but it's still dramatic overall.
Thanks, Chris. So as Chris mentioned, the property market, the challenges that we're having are the market's hardening. There's a higher demand than supply. The carriers have not seen the profits. Their interest rates, reinsurance, and inflation, and climate change. So all of those factors together just make a perfect storm for putting us in the situation that we are in, and the markets are seeing 40 to 70% increases. So Chris was able to put together some benchmarking so you could get an idea of what other markets are seeing in their situation. So Chris?
Sure. Yeah. So what this is just summary data, but we're on biweekly calls with our entire group. So just as far as background on Gallagher, we represent about half the school districts in the state. We've got a team of about 40 that we talk constantly. So what we did was put together some close peer benchmarking in terms of other either school districts or counties that are of similar size and or geographic location. Obviously, this is all within Florida. So the general gist, and you can see the averages if you focus on one of these elements, is two things have happened this year as a response to the difficult market. One is clients have reduced their wind limit, so their hurricane limit. You can see on average, looking at this benchmarking, that's about 30% less of limit that our clients and public sector clients have purchased versus last year. And again, that's to really mitigate the premium impact that the market is coming forward with. So also in addition to that, you'll see the relative premium changes are up quite dramatically in addition to, and that's even contemplating with the lower reduced windstorm hurricane limits. So the average wind limit in this comparison, the average premium change in this comparison is up about 47%. So now the 47% contemplates two things. One is the just general market rate. So that's the market supply chain or supply demand balance that Lynn was talking about. But the second piece of that is there's obviously cost of construction increases. So the inflationary factors are built into there as well. And from your standpoint, that probably makes about a 6-7% increase, not even factoring in what's happening in the market. So with those two things, I think it's fair to say that, like Lynn mentioned early on, is when insurance is cheap, you buy a lot of insurance, you protect yourself as much as you can within the budgetary constraints you have. But this year, by and large, our clients have scaled back the insurance purchase to ultimately mitigate against some of the market pressures that we see right now.
So going on to the next slide, our 2023 renewal. The deductible will remain at $100,000. Unfortunately, the wind deductible will increase from the 3% to 5%. Currently, we have a $10 million cap on our 3%. That's going away. We were fortunate to hold it one more year. Chris was telling me last year we were not giving that up until they take it, and this is the year.
Unfortunately.
Our policy limit, currently at $125 million, will most likely reduce to $75 million or $100 million, whichever option is selected. And the property program will continue to have a standalone terrorism policy. but that rate will increase. We've had that for many, many years. It's going to increase 26%. We have a separate policy for equipment breakdown. That is also going to renew, but there will be a 12.9% increase. And last year was our first year to purchase an individual flood policies. Woodland Middle fell into that area, and we had to buy flood policies for that. So those will continue again this year. Anything, Danny, that you want to?
No, I think that kind of takes everything into consideration. I think the one thing that we're obviously seeing is, unfortunately, that 3% deductible. We're not seeing that in any kind of renewal in the state of Florida. So moving to that 5% is industry standard that we're seeing.
And we've been there before.
Correct.
So every year when we do the renewal, we would get together and see where our budget is and what it looks like. And this year being a little different, we have a few more options. We always go through what are our options, and the Gallagher team is able to put together those for our review, and we look through them and try to pick out which is the best option for us with our current situation. So we have 5 options to show you. You've had the read ahead, so you did see those options, and we're going to go through those today and explain what each of those means. So the first option is a fully insured program, and with a reduction from $125 million to $75 million. This is a $6.3 million estimated. It's kind of, we haven't quite filled the program yet because the market is only doing a 30-day. I'm going to let Chris explain that because that's our current challenge. Right. So go ahead and explain what's going on in that market.
We're in a unique situation, an unfortunate situation, and every broker is in the same bucket where insurance companies aren't releasing quotes until sometimes even 2 weeks before renewal. So what we have, now we do have some quotes in, but we just don't have a filled out complete program. So what we've done is used our best estimate based upon not just benchmarking, but the initial carrier feedback that we do have in to give you sort of directional options. Now the exact premium will obviously come on the consent agenda and the formal recommendation, but I think these premiums are indicative of where we think the final premium will land. But it is an estimate at this stage.
I just wanted to point that out in case the numbers, we only have a cutoff of a day or two to be able to get the program for the next board meeting. So I'm not going to have exact numbers. They're going to go, once we figure out which option the board would like to go with, then they're going to go back to the market.
It's May 1st, correct?
Yeah, May 1st. So it's the next board meeting that we'll have to have that approval. So this is the fully insured, and it does show the 5% wind deductible, and this is a 47.76% premium change increase. Moving on to option 2A, this is a $100 million limit, but as you can see, the district would self-insure from above $50 million. So we would be insuring 50% of that bucket, which represents $25 million. So the district would not only have the 5% deductible, but then you're also ensuring if it hits beyond that 50 million, we are going to have that $25 million that we'd be responsible for.
And this is probably the closest to is similar to the existing structure, but that you currently have. But the attachment point of the district self-insurance is dropping down by 25 million. But the self-insurance on the top of the program is somewhat similar. It's just reducing the premium by attaching lower on that self-insurance.
I have a quick question as we go through these.
Sure.
How about coverage terms? Are they changing substantially? I mean, I know we're talking about the market, the rates, but are we seeing them pull back on terms?
So I think the biggest term changes that you're seeing is within that deductible structure, going from the 3% to the 5%. We're still working through getting those quotes in to see if there's any other nuances in the coverages, but I think most markets that are currently on the placement, we don't expect any crazy term changes. It's more that deductible structure.
Okay. Right. And in addition to deductible, the biggest thing that we're seeing right now is a push for you're probably familiar with margin clauses. So basically
Yep.
not having blanket coverage where if you report a facility and it's $10 million, carriers are starting to push, and in many cases are pushing for some limitation of what that loss would be worth. So they might give you a margin of maybe 10% more than what's reported, but the industry is going away a lot of times from blanket coverage if the overall valuation doesn't look solid. And good news for the district is that we've gotten no pressure thus far on that. You do report, we've done some benchmarking internally with school districts, and you report a pretty conservative cost per square foot. So we don't see that issue coming.
They
But
would
that's the
push
other
back
big
on
one.
us at the beginning end, or the beginning, correct, when the valuations?
Yeah, that would be one of the first things that they're looking at. So right now, the district's average cost per square foot is 248 or 246, which is of the top 3 across the state that we work with. So it gives us a really good story to sell to the market and saying, hey, here's the situation, here's what we're seeing, and why the valuations are in a good spot.
Okay.
We've been very proactive with continuing to increase our evaluation each year.
Right.
So we work closely with Jane
Yep.
in construction. We do quarterly meetings to make
do.
sure that we are reporting an accurate number. And a lot of districts that haven't, I've actually personally spoken with a few, they haven't upped theirs in years, and they're in a bad situation right now for not doing that.
Right, no.
Yeah,
Okay,
so-
sorry to interrupt. I just wanted to
No, it's a great
get that
question.
perspective.
So that is the next option is 2B, and this one lowers from that previous one that was at 100 million to 75 million, and so the limit 75 million, and then we're still self-insuring 50% at excess the 50 million, and the premium is 5.8 million, which is a 36% change. The district would take on $12.5 million worth of self-insurance, and again, also that 5% deductible. So kind of reducing that by half, but doing that. And then option 3 lowers where the district would self-insure, which really anytime we lower down into this area really makes me nervous. 25 million, because you have a good chance of really starting to hit that. So we would be self-insuring 25 million at this level, but at the $25 million mark. So you are taking on greater risk because you are most likely, you could hit that 25 million easily, more so than if you were at a $50 million level.
For the sake of, because this is, I don't know, can you walk them through the modeling? Because I think you guys did CAT modeling, correct?
We have, yes.
So, but for that, when we're talking about which direction we go, the perspective of the likelihood of us puncturing those thresholds.
Right, and
Unless-
and I don't, off the top of my head, I don't remember as far as what, say, 100 or 250 year event is in terms of we can look that up and try to find that for you. But overall, I think it's probably fair to say if you had direct impact from, say, a Cat 3, that you would most likely be above the 25 million attachment point, possibly above 50. I think the reality of Ian was that where your concentration of values were, the wind speed wasn't as severe. So if that storm was obviously further north, I think there's probably no question you get above 25 million. Do you get above 50? It's really tough to say.
Right. Don't we have the so in the read ahead provided
Yeah, I
the
was gonna
CAT
say you have
modeling?
model. It's right
Yeah,
here.
it's right there.
You have it. That's
You've
okay.
I'm sorry, I
got
didn't
it.
realize you
I
guys
don't know.
had
It's
that.
on
Yeah,
page 5.
yeah.
You guys
So you
wanna
can
look at it.
see that the 250-year storm is where we would be we'd be modeled at the 64 million.
Right. And the challenge too I know
No,
you
go
have the
ahead.
modeling. So we run the 2 biggest modeling providers are AIR and RMS, 2 independent firms. They work on behalf of us as brokers and also insurance companies to estimate what a hurricane would do if you were impacted. So I think one of the challenges is each of these firms are completely independent. They use their own data to come up with their own loss estimates, and you can see they're wildly off. So models are a tool, but they're obviously not a perfect science. And one of the models says a 250-year storm would be about 64 million after deductible, and then AIR, the other firm, says 110 million. So I think that just goes to the point of there's so much uncertainty because you do have a high concentration of value in one area. So it just depends on where the storm track follows to determine ultimately what that loss would look like.
And Ian was a 250, right? A 250-year storm.
Well, so Lynn was asking if Ian was a 250-year storm. The reality is it depends who you are. So for
Right.
Lee County Schools, which is not a client of ours, but for the storm path through Lee County probably is something like a 250-year event. Based upon your concentration of values, it's nowhere near that level of event. Not that it wasn't massively impactful
Right.
to the
Right.
community and to the district as a whole, but the storm path could have been stronger where your assets are located. Did that answer the
Yeah,
question
no,
on
I wanted
modeling?
to make sure because we're talking about multiple options, and so the relevance of it really comes down to
Absolutely,
the
yeah.
probability of us puncturing
Correct.
those limits. That's the only reason I didn't know if that would be helpful.
And the last option shows us self-insuring from the bottom up. It's a significant savings. It cost us $4.7 million, but it also is you're self-insuring $18.75 million, and it is from the bottom up. So you're right there. Not only do you have your 5% deductible, but right off the bat, anything, including if you were fire,
Right.
you're self-insuring right off the bat. So you've got no protection, where if we stay in the upper levels, there's a better chance that we're staying out of the insurance. We've got the insurance carriers carrying it for us, and if we're above the 50 million, we're in a little bit of a better situation.
Right, like in this example, you're self-insuring every loss, 25% of it, just within this example, whereas in the other ones, you'd have to get into those excess layers before getting involved.
So although this is the cheapest, you also
You're
this one
involved.
you are taking the most risk.
Right.
But wanted to show you that the options of doing that. So these
And there are, so, for the purposes, I think, directionally of trying to show what excuse me, what general options are available, we have 5 here. But ultimately, if the district decided we want to take 25% instead of 50 or 40%, those are all, there's dozens and dozens of options we could present, but we wanted to keep it as simple as we could with more of the high-level direction for the board.
I have a couple questions. So when we look at so if you look at the various options, the highest risk to the lowest risk of, like the one you just said about us taking on 25% of self-insuring that loss. But it's a $2 million, if I didn't write it down, is it about $2 million difference from the premium? And I don't know what our cash flow situation is, certainly, and I think that it has to be part of the conversation. But I don't know what our historical losses have been on property.
this is our biggest loss in Ian. In the history, we haven't had much of a loss. Back in about 5 years ago with
Irma.
Irma, we had some debris that we got reimbursed.
Reimbursed
Something
through
we
FEMA.
got about $100,000
Right.
reimbursed. But in the history of our program, thankfully, we haven't had a loss.
And I always say, knock on wood, but
Right.
you're really nervous.
I was always able to tell the
but-
carriers,
Right.
right?
And the reason, and I see you, Mr. Edwards, my only thought is that if we haven't had a historical trend, I mean, yes, Ian and these storms are one in whatever, like you said, 100, 250, depends on where you
Right.
are geographically. But if we take that $2 million and put it in a reserve fund, is that an option? Or do we have that money?
It would be an option. I think what Lynn and I discussed is what would that mean if we did have a large impact of some sort of a storm? How would FEMA look at that? Because I think FEMA would look at that as money that should go towards any type of repair or replacement.
Oh, the $2 million?
Yes,
delta.
so it would impact what FEMA would recover, so that would be obligated towards that. So from that perspective, we could certainly do that, and that was kind of my first option. We talk about being self-insured, let's really truly self-insure some of it, but
Well, then you could do it year over year. I mean, there's an element there.
Right.
It's the riskiest the first year, but
Sure.
right, so it's just, again, a matter of if let's say we did do it year after year, in 5 years, we've got $10 million, FEMA's gonna come in and want us to use that before they do any type of reimbursement.
I have more thoughts. But Mr. Edwards?
Thank you. Yeah, I'm sort of trying to lean to what we've just lived through in terms of Ian, and then compare it to the risk that we would most probably assume. So in terms of if we were self-insured at 25 million and up, what would that mean to the school district at the level of expense that has happened because of Ian? What damage would that do to the school district financially if we're using Ian as the
As an
benchmark?
example.
So currently, the amount that the insurance company is reimbursing us is about 5 million. I think our losses are more than that. 10.
The lot, yeah,
Ten mi-
gross
10
loss.
Yes.
So
Gross
it's
loss about 10.
so there's a $10 million loss after, and then right now the way it works out with the way the property is per building, we're going to be seeing 5 million. With taking on 25% of that, we're going to be starting from the ground up of that. So we're going to.
But then can you go through the options and just compare, say this is what the impact would, and we'll use Ian as, if Ian happened again next year,
Right.
this is what
So
what the impact would be.
Simplistically, that option 4 is the only one that would affect the Ian recovery.
Correct.
Now, again, if Ian's storm path was further north, I think we'd have probably a different conversation on that. But everything is contained within that first 25 million, being that there's a $5 million, just roughly $5 million insurance recovery. So this option 4 is the only option where you're taking self-insurance within the Ian loss.
25% of it.
Which, because of all the
25%,
other
correct.
risk, isn't a good idea, fire, et cetera.
Correct. So if there's a fire, you're taking on.
So what I really, for the board's purposes and for the public's purposes, I think everyone understands what Ian did for them personally, here in Sarasota County. And then how would that benchmark be with the risk that we're looking at? So that's kind of the best way, I think, to explain it back to the public in particular, of the risk and which options would be better. Number one, I also I'm always confident, Lynn, that you do your research and your due diligence with our construction team to constantly reevaluate those numbers and to keep us current. And that's part of what makes us an A school district. I think it's important that the public understands that is a piece of our financial health that allows us to remain an A and to have dollars and cents to keep spending into the classroom where it's most desperately needed. So I need you to hear my gratitude of that type of work. But besides that, I would like to hear your recommendation of where you think which option makes the most amount of sense, because you've been at this game for a really long time and your opinion matters.
Well, I can tell you, not only do we have hurricanes to think about, but you have more chances of having a fire, right, in one of your properties. Now, we have sprinklers and everything, but you're going to have damage. So option 4 is you're going to have every loss that you have, you're going to be spending money. So I would X option 4 because you're going to have that money set aside in case of an emergency of any fire that could occur. You're going to be spending. So then you get down to, I think that option, option 2A mirrors a lot of what we're currently doing. That is the one that is currently what looks most like what we just had. So it's honestly, any one of these options, I think option 4 is out. It's that I wouldn't even consider. Yeah. I don't, also I would get option 3, I wouldn't consider. Option 3 lowers your self-insurance to the 25 million. I think that puts us at a big exposure. So although we're saving money, again, our buildings are very expensive. Our high schools, and you're talking $80-100 million. So we can easily eat into that if one of the large buildings at a high school catches fire. And is out of control or any other thing happens or a tornado comes through and hits that one building.
Exactly.
So that one, I would say I wouldn't like to see that just because of that level. So then you're down to option two, one, which is you're fully insured. If you have the money, you want to be fully insured, and you want to be able to sleep at night, then that is a great option. But if we are really trying to watch, and option 2A is only a little bit less. There's not much difference between 1 and 2A in the premium if you look at that. So you're fully insured at that one. And then if you look at 2B, you're saving just a little bit of money. You're not much more. It's $5.8 million. But it gets you to the very similar program where we are right now. So if we were looking to save some money, then it's not a lot of money. Then option 2B could be that option. Option 2A actually looks very much like what we're doing. 2B saves us only a little bit of money. It kind of puts us at that same type of level. So, and then option 1 is fully insured. So I think those 3 options, depending on the money you want to spend, which is there isn't much of a difference when you look at those premium dollars. So option 1, option 2A, option 2B.
Okay, I really appreciate that.
Sorry, I don't know if I confused
and
you.
because-
I at least took 2 of them out of the mix, if in my opinion.
Yes, you did. But sitting with you and Mr. Dumas, when I first got here to really understand the variables of reinsurance and what all of our different options are, gives me the benchmark to make those kinds of decisions. So I appreciate your help. And plus with the benchmark of Ian, that gives us like what would have happened if we picked the wrong option. This would have happened, but here's where we are. So I appreciate that feedback. Thank you.
Any other questions, comments? So where do we go from here?
Well, out of these 3 that we're showing you, or if you need more, I need direction on which one the board feels most comfortable.
Do you have any? Well, I appreciate the feedback that you gave. I think that Bonnie, when I'd asked about the financial component, the market has been upswinging, so I don't know if we budgeted any level of increase. We probably want to do that if we're not, because it is going to be increasing, hopefully not too much longer, but we were definitely in the double-digit range for the last year or two. We had a 25% increase not too long ago, I think, correct? So do we budget for the increase? If not, where does this put us financially?
So we'll be talking about this a little bit, and not specifically the property insurance, but the capital budget, because this is funded through our capital budget. We can use our millage, our 1.5 mils, to fund this, and we do. So it would be a matter of, you'll see what we've done with the revenues and what projects are being funded, but there would be funding available to even provide for option 1. It would just be a little bit more, the folks in the back of the room probably aren't happy to, they need to maybe revise a few things, but in reality, a couple $1 million, with the changes that we're seeing in our capital projects, that can probably be absorbed pretty easily.
Okay. Dr. Foster, excuse me.
Basically, I would just share. It seems like, of course, we're going to be going higher no matter which option we choose. So once we kind of mark out options 3 and 4, which I think, is kind of the recommendation, to me, it appears that option 1, which basically kind of eliminates the risk for us to some extent, seems to that the cost increase for 1 versus 2A or 2B to me doesn't seem like that much in order to, if we, to have a small savings in the risk that we would incur. That's just my 2 cents. It seems as though we're already going to be up to 5.8 million no matter which option we choose, and picking option one of 6.3 million with any potential situation that we would incur, whether it's a hurricane, a tornado, a fire, would provide us more safety. That's just my 2 cents. It just seems like we're going to be incurring the higher cost no matter which option, and there's not that much of a difference between taking that risk off our plate.
Thank you. Mr. Enos.
That's what I was looking at. I mean, you're looking at between the one, but you're looking at a $500,000 difference, and you're looking at 125 for the one that you're making the recommendation. I mean, for the insurance to be fully insured, I mean, at this point, my recommendation would be to go with one, because I think that the rate, based on what the return is, because you're saying what we have now, we're still $5 million out on the hurricane that we just had, because it's a $10 million loss, we get $5 million, blah, blah, blah. I mean, so I would say that, you know, for that 125,000, we would recoup actually more money in the first one than we would, than what we currently have, correct?
The first one.
Yeah, I mean, if we did option one as to
Right.
2A now.
Well, the only thing difference is that there's a current cap
At 3%,
on,
right.
at 10 million. So we're losing that cap. So it could be a little different.
But either which way, it's still, you're still insuring more.
You'd be fully insured up to
You're
that
fully
75.
insured, right.
As a comparable to having that piece to save $125,000. And I'm not saying just, but I'm just looking at, you look how expensive it is right now. You have people that still can't get their roofs fixed in South County. So that to me is, you know, we have to get kids back to school, and we have to make sure that we have the ability to fund them to get them in there.
Mr. Edwards.
I think I'll just throw my 2 cents in there that we're moving into difficult times financially. We have HB1 on the table, which we do not know what the financial impacts are. We have just paid a superintendent severance, and we're incorporating a superintendent search. Programs such as pre-K have already been cut. And I think that when we banty around, oh, it's just $500,000, it is $500,000. And I think that it requires a little bit more due diligence and fiscal responsibility on behalf of at least this board member to really try and figure out, and I understand that we would all like to sleep easy at night. That would be the goal, but, and I'm not suggesting, but the difference between the coverage of 1 to 2B isn't so horrible. And if we used Ian as a benchmark, we'd be still in a safe zone. And that is from what, 6.4? Is it 6.4 is the one, premium one?
Yeah,
6.3.
six.
Yeah,
right.
to
6.3,
5.8, that's more than $500,000. And from my perspective, I'm kind of leaning in that direction because I see a storm coming financially for this board that they're not expecting. And so I just throw that out there for us to consider.
Yeah, so I look at it similarly, where I think that, again, it's always nerve-wracking to take on more risk, but in the financial times that we are in, and then looking at historicals, again, you can't, you only can look at the historicals to say likelihood or probabilities, which is what we use. I mean, that's what all of it's based on. And so, again, it's always nerve-wracking to say, well, we haven't historically had a fire, but we haven't had, our losses have not, in the last 10 years, have we had any property losses outside of Ian and then the other hurricane. And those are meaningful. Those are meaningful to make those decisions. And so for the sake of being thoughtful of a $2 million delta or $500,000, I mean, I think in my mind, I look at the historical, and that lends more to me than a rare storm. Again, I know they're more frequent and they're more, so it's the actuarial data is also like nerve-wracking at the same time, but that's why the market looks like it does. But I would lean towards I would lean towards taking on more risk as a district. I think we need to be thoughtful. And even when you said FEMA, they take like 6 years to give us money back, honestly. So it's like, in my mind, I mean, it matters. It's still on balance sheet, but I mean, I don't even know if we still have, was it Wilma? I don't even remember what, it took us like 6 years to get the FEMA dollars back, right? I don't even know if we have it back. Do we have it yet?
I don't know.
I don't know.
That would be
They still haven't paid us back yet. So with that, I just, I look at 2B is definitely one I would consider. I know I really wasn't drilling down into, I was using 4 as a beginning kind of starter. But I think that's probably more than we can probably be comfortable with. Although, again, historically, I still think it would be. But I think hedging in between there. So option 3 and 2B is 5.1 and 5.8. $70 million limit for both. What am I looking at here? It's 50x25.
It's the attachment point of when the self-insurance would kick
Say
in.
it one more time.
The attachment point where the self-insurance would kick in. So option 3, you would be attaching at 25 million.
And then the other's a 50.
And then 2B is at 50.
700, that's a lot of money. Like 650,000. Anyway, that's where I would be looking. I mean, I think if again, I don't have all the last data in front of me, so what you would gear towards being more comfortable with, but I would agree. I think we need to be thoughtful, and every $250,000 is a lot of money. And I feel comfortable, again, even though we have outlier storms, that historically we would be able to sustain that. So looking at option 3, obviously is taking on more risk, as you said. That's the excess hits at 25 million versus 50. And then option 2B is at 50, and that's a difference of, am I doing it, $650,000, right? Is that right?
Yep, correct.
So Lynn, I'll
Yep.
defer to you guys.
I feel
or-
comfortable. I mean, those points are well taken, and our history speaks for itself. So
I don't have I can't. I know. It
right.
makes me nervous
It-
every
it-
time we
it-
say
yeah,
this. Because
I
then
know.
if it doesn't go great, we weren't. But I don't think it's a reckless decision. I guess
correct.
is my point. You can't.
I think at
predict.
that level, if you're at 25 million or 50 million excess, you're in a pretty good level, considering the mitigation we put into our buildings. The
Is everything sprinklered?
Yes, it's required. So we have all of that to mitigate the damages if there were a fire, and they're built. We build them as shelters, so they're built. They withstand. They've done very well in this past storm. So, so I think that you're good at those levels. Historically, I don't believe we've gone down to the 25 million starting there, but that's
might be
okay.
the
There's always a
threshold that sounds so
first if
comfortable.
that's because understandably the market may change next year and we can change it. So I mean, this is every year we're looking at the situation, and so if financially the board doesn't feel comfortable with that and wants to, go, that is certainly fine. I think at that 25 million, option 4, I just feel like you just realize that if you choose that one to save those monies and put that aside, that if there were any sort of other event that occurred, that you'd be having to deal with that. So you just have to fund it.
Is it per building, per location?
Yes.
It's per building.
Per building.
Per building.
They didn't change that yet. Hopefully.
No.
Okay, good. All right.
No, they didn't take that away.
No, good. All right. Well, so again, and I think you said, so if you were leaning to the two between those, are you indifferent or?
Are you
Sorry,
saying
3 and 2B?
3 and 2B?
It's a difference of 25 million versus the 50.
Right.
So,
There's
okay, you'd like 2B.
signif-
I can see it all over your face.
Can you?
It's okay.
I always go with worst case scenario.
No, I know,
If
you're
anybody
risk
in my
management,
office, they laugh at me.
risk
They know that I'm going to tell them the worst possible situation.
Well,
and
but
be ready for that.
And maybe that's too quick to jump to that level, right? Like when you go to assuming more risk, it's baby steps to a certain degree for everyone's peace of mind. But even looking at the loss history and looking ahead, I don't know if they come out with a forecast for next year, the most named storms ever. I mean,
It's always
it feels like
something.
it's
be out.
every time. So
Some news
I
article.
think for as one board member, I think 2B might be the best option. We'll assume some risk, not so much. It's I think, and then see where we can go next year. Mr.
Right.
Enos?
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify that. And ultimately, you know, I've done this emergency operations, been at the sheriff's office here, you know, for 30 years and regarding looking at, I probably worked every hurricane since forever because I was stationed there. So as when I ran the SRO program for the sheriff's office, we were there, and Ellery Gerard always was there. There's lots of people that were in there. At the end of the day, if you look at some place like Bay County, they had wind tunnels at their school. I mean, there was nothing left. So we keep hearing it over and over and over about coming into Tampa Bay. You know, you looked at when the really last, really big one, it took a hard right and went into Charlotte. And it was supposed to go into Tampa Bay, and it's built as a basin. So they were looking at, we were gearing up, it would have been like New Orleans. So when we look at this stuff, I mean, we have been very lucky. And when I look at the money, it's not to say that there's anything between, you know, oh, it's 500,000, it's just 500,000, or it's this. If I'm just looking at what is the premium based upon, what is our return going to be if we did have catastrophic loss? Because if that would have went in on Ian into Tampa, and we would have ended up Lee County, we would have more than exceeded, because Sarasota hasn't had a direct hit since, I think, 1969, which was Camille, which is way a long time ago. You know, we had the no-name storm in '89, and it flooded the Key. The Key was about 1.5 feet, I think, or 2 feet underwater. So that all being stated, I'm not trying to discredit the amount. I'm also looking at is what will it do to us if, you know, to get us back on our feet, if, again, with what is our reserves to what are we having. I know with all the people that are moving in, and again, with everything that goes on with that, you know, I'm just looking at it in reference to that's what I was trying to make my point at. Ultimately, assuming more risk, I mean, it's kind of like car insurance to a little bit, I guess, right? I mean, you know, you don't want to be in an accident, but it's also based on the valuation of your car and how much you're willing to, you know, kind of take on. And I look at it as that being new to this, but again, I'm fine as ever the board would like to go, but ultimately I still would, you know, I think that, you know, insurance is one of those things that you never need insurance until you need insurance, right? And then when you need it, you really wanted more than what you had to begin with. So I would still say, you know, if I'd say that for my particular thing is that you know, between the 1, 2A, and 2B, if the recommendation, again, is I would look towards Ms. Penner and, you know, Lynn, if you guys thought that the 2B you're okay with in regarding to the amount and the change of the difference of premium, and based upon the risk that we're assuming, based on the historical, which you're correct, we really haven't had anything, knock on wood. Yeah, I'm more than comfortable with that, because ultimately it comes back to as long as again, that we're going to be okay either which way, because it's about schools. You know, I knew the chief up in Bay County, and that was the biggest thing they could do for their community, was to get their schools back up and running. Same thing here down in North County. Let's get back to that routine and normalcy of kids coming to school and the teachers getting back to work and the staff. So that, speaking way too much, I'm still good as whatever, like I said, if the recommendation is 2B, then I'm good with the 2B. I just didn't want to make sure that I was saying, oh, it's just this amount. I'm just looking at the coverage based upon to me, the increase.
If
Thank
I
you.
could just interject just a little bit about the financial impact, sort of give away a little bit of what I'll be discussing next. Our projections on the 1.5 mils, we've actually fine-tuned those a little bit, and we're using the estimates that EDR has come up with, which is a much, you know, I take a lot greater comfort in their estimates. We have been using an estimate to project our increases in property values of 1% per year, which, as you know, last year was 27%. This year, EDR has us looking at 14.3%. So while we're still seeing an increase, that level of increase is backing off. And again, if you remember, you know, the way property values work, when you first buy your home, or when you first build your home, it's not until the next year that you actually have your valuation included in those property values. So we're going to see a little bit of lag. We're still going to see increases in our property values. Again, they're just not going to be at as great a percentage of increase, but they're still going to be increasing. So with that said, we do have additional dollars that are flowing into the 1.5 mils. We're dealing with a lot of increases due to inflation, increases in the that costs. So I know the team is looking at that diligently and needs those funding, that additional funding for those increases. Sorry. So, you know, there's a need for them. However, you know, we can pull off what is needed for this particular increase, regardless of which one it is. You know, this is a different type of budgeting versus the general fund, where we hope to have dollars left over for raises and you know, our contingency balance. But we do keep a contingency within the 1.5 mil fund, so we're already safeguarding that. And when you see what we're proposing or what we're looking at now, there's also additional available funds after that contingency fund.
Thank you. Mrs. Rose?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I've been listening intently and understand everything that's been said from the risk perspective, and I was interested in Mrs. Penner from a financial perspective, and thank you for the pieces that you have shared relative to the 1.5. I also would like your input from a financial standpoint of relative to the conversation with risk from 1 to 2A to 2B. Those are the variables I'm looking at. Where do you see the ideal from a financial standpoint of giving you the most comfort?
I think I'm not quite as risk adverse as Lynn is, but I'm close to it. So, you know, I think that the fully insured is, you know, again, based on some of the discussion we've had, based on our experience within Sarasota County, is you know, I would be more comfortable taking on a little more risk just because we've not experienced that. But again, talking to Lynn, the idea of the I think that the $75 million limit makes sense, again, because we've built our schools so well. The probability of losing an entire campus, I mean, you think about it, as long as I've been around this, Bay County is the only one that has gotten, I guess, even Collier or Lee did not necessarily lose. Did they
I
lose?
think they lost 2 schools, total lost schools.
Okay, sorry. So we're not seeing that. And again, I think we build and we maintain to a much higher level than other school districts, but I would like to see us not move into that 25 million area to where we cover a greater amount. So I think I'm along the same lines, option 2B. Just, you know, sort of bringing in a little bit of risk. It's consistent with what we had this year that's getting ready to close out. That one makes sense to me.
Thank you. That is very good. I appreciate that input. It gets just giving balance to everyone's perspective. I'm very much in agreement with the 2A, 2B arena, but I hear from a financial department accountability piece and a risk factor piece, we're kind of landing in the 2B arena. Is that reasonable to say?
That, yeah, I'm good with that. 2B, 2B, 2B,
2B.
Or not?
2B.
2B is to be. Well,
Perfect.
good. It was
Well,
exciting
thank
to talk
you.
about insurance I haven't talked about it in a while, so. Very good. All right, so if there's anything else, thank you so much. I know it's probably been a fun year. But thank you for everything you guys are doing.
Thank
Lynn,
you.
as always. Moving on. So that took a little bit longer, but that's okay, and I don't know where my agenda is. I don't know where it went. Capital is next. Thank you. Good morning.
I'll let you guys spend the money and then I'll
Well, good morning, everybody. Thank you for the opportunity to talk again about our capital budget. We like to come to you at least 3 to 4 times a year and kind of just give you an update on in terms of what we're looking at for new projects. Where are we with our current projects? And every time in the last few years we've come to you, it's an update on pricing as we struggle with what's going on in the economy. So we're going to talk a little bit about that today. And Ms. Penner alluded to this earlier. So I passed out an updated 5-year projection today, and she is going to kind of go through some of the changes in the revenue projections that she was just discussing during the property insurance conversation. So we're going to start a little bit different today. Usually we start with revenue and work down through. We're going to start backwards and work up to revenue. So Ms. Penner and her team can kind of talk you through the revenue projections and the borrowing that's associated with what you have in front of you. Again, you don't formally adopt the budget until over the summer, and so this is kind of just a look ahead just to make sure we're aligned certainly with what the board's thinking and the priorities. So a couple of things, a lot of the information in the read ahead was tied to revenue. That's all going to change this morning, but the other piece that's important in the read ahead is we kind of just reiterated what we understand the board's priorities to be when we spend capital dollars, and want to make sure that we're still heading in the right direction. So you had that in your read ahead. And then if there are no questions before we get going, I think where we'll start is we'll have Ms. Drager run through where we are with current projects that are underway, give you a quick status of where we are there, and then we'll run through and talk about the projects we're planning on this coming year and moving in the 5 years, and then we'll transition into revenue. So a little bit different from what we've done in the past. And if you've got any questions about any of our high growth areas, obviously our planning director, Ms. Kamanati, is here to talk through that. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Drager, and if you take us through kind of, Jane, the workload you have and where we are with status.
Great. Good morning. Can you hear me? Okay. Great. I'm really happy to be here today to give you an update on the construction that's kind of in the pipeline, so to speak. I don't get an opportunity to do this enough, but we have a lot of projects in design. On the read ahead, it has Bay Haven Building 1 renovation. That is the renovation of the historical building number 1 on the campus. We are about 50% through with the design for that renovation project. We have relocated portables onto that very tight site, and we hope to start work fall of 2023. The Booker High football field to artificial turf and the field house renovation are in design, and we're planning to do those over the summer this year. Fruitville Elementary School, we're converting the old media center to 2 classroom testing lab spaces. That is also a summer 2023 project. The new high school in Welland Park, really excited to be doing that. It's a new 325,000 square foot, 2,100 student stations. We are coming down the home stretch. We're in the construction documents phase. We hope to get an early release package to you all in May. We heard you loud and clear the last time we updated that we want to get materials ordered and get the best prices up front, so we are doing that. It's planning to open in August of 2025. It has a very tight schedule. The K-8 at Clark and Lorraine is a new 195,000 square foot, 1,530 student stations. We are in the construction documents process there as well, and in the middle of a rezone that we hope we'll have with the Board of County Commissioners later this month. We hope to start site work in May, and that one will also be opening in August of 2025. We're working on the McIntosh Middle School Agricultural Program. That is a farm-to-table concept with agriculture components, including crops and livestock. With a culinary demonstration kitchen, we're in the construction documents of that. We understand that may be a federal grant, which we will have to comply with the Davis-Bacon rules on, and we are designing the complete program and plan to build it out as funds are available. We're also in the design phase for Northport High construction program. The program at Riverview was so successful that we're doing it at Northport and Venice this summer. Oak Park Building 10. Oak Park, we do 1 building a year. We design it at this time and permit it, and then we do the construction during the summer so we don't disrupt those students. This summer we'll be doing Building 10. Portables at high growth schools, unfortunately, that's another thing that I hate to bring. It's just kind of a fact of life, but we purchased 10 earlier this year. They have been placed, and they're being finalized as we speak. Sarasota High, Building 13 and 14 renovation. That's a comprehensive renovation of those classroom buildings. It's phased construction. It requires more portables on site for swing space. We're in the design development phase on that project, and we hope to start this summer. Venice High construction program is the same. We're planning on doing a construction program and hopefully increasing the construction workforce. The projects that we have under construction right now are the Alta Vista covered walks, the Booker High Visual Performing Arts. So this addition and renovation to the auditorium is a really neat project, and I don't know if you noticed on the read ahead, but this is actually the front lobby. So it's the steel framing for the front lobby. It's a real surgical project. It's going to be beautiful when it's complete, and we hope to finish that in the fall. Booker Middle School roof replacements have started. We are replacing the metal roofs pretty much campus-wide, upgrading the substructures and reinstalling new metal roof systems, one building at a time, mostly after hours, so we don't disrupt the students and staff. It's ongoing phases. The other one that we recently started was the Goshio Elementary renovation and replacement of Building 3. So the old Building 3 has been demolished. It is no more. Long lead items have been ordered, and that we hope to have the GMP 2U approved today to get that work started. We're going to be maximizing summers as much as possible while there's no students and staff on site. We have had Hurricane Ian storm repairs kind of ongoing. Construction services have the 12 kind of worst hit, most impacted campuses in the district. We have completed the demolition, the temporary work, removal of damaged items. Long lead items have been ordered. Those primarily consist of roofing materials, covered walkways, and shade structures. Sarasota High, the bike ped path, we have been in an ongoing saga with DOT to get the documents required to work in there right away. The rest of that project is complete. And then Venice High, replacing the Building 31, which is the pool equipment building. It was really deteriorating, and we were called in to replace that. And then we've got several projects in the closeout phase. The Laurel Nokomis bike ped path that we just finished, the Northport High football field that we finished last summer just ahead of the hurricane. We're making repairs to that from the hurricane. Oak Park Buildings 6, 16, and 14 are all complete. The Pine View Classroom Addition is complete. The Riverview High School construction program is complete. The Sarasota High Perimeter Fence, STC Electrical program, and the Taylor Ranch traffic projects. So we've got a lot going on. We're really excited about what's coming down the pike and looking forward to serving this district.
So a lot going on in construction services. It's a wonderful program with a wonderful director, and I think we're very, very proud of the projects. And Ms. Drager alluded to the Booker High VPA. That's going to be an amazing tour when that finishes up. I don't think you'll recognize that building if you've been in there previously, so we're excited about that. If at any time one of these projects piques your interest and you want like a tour, just give myself or Jane a call. We can get you out in the field and take a look at these projects. But wanted to give you for a flavor of what's going on and just a quick update on where we were with all the current projects that you've funded in the past. And so from there, I'd like to move on to actually the sheet that we passed out this morning, and we'll go through kind of what we're saying this budget, this coming year's budget looks like, and what our next 4 years might look like. And again, you only adopt 1 year at a time. The other 4 years are just planning years, and projects in those planning years move around. So we'll start at the, and again, we're going to start down the bottom this time with funded projects or potential funded projects. The first one you're going to see is a new one to you, and that's all our alternative sites. And so you're going to have more conversation, I think, Dr. Foster, in early May on potential options to work with student behavior. And this is one option we're exploring. This is a preemptive strike of putting some money in the capital budget now as we discuss that further, but we'll talk a little bit more about those projects as they come forward. We just wanted to have a line item here. If you said go, we were ready to go. And I don't know, I will leave that at that until the further conversation. If we skip on down, Booker High Fieldhouse, Ms. Drager alluded to that. That's converting that old chiller building to a fieldhouse, which is basically sitting there useless at this particular point. That's going to be a nice addition to their program for them. You had seen that in the past and funded it this year. Booker Middle School roofing is just a balance left over for the project that Ms. Drager alluded to. Career technical education is the next one down. That's got a line item of $1 million to it. Those are the two projects that Ms. Drager alluded to. One at Northport High and one at Venice High to add construction programs at those sites. That's what she talked about is ongoing right now in design phase. Cranberry HVAC, I believe, is replacement of the chillers on the Cranberry campus. Fruitville Building 5 is out in year 4. That is a replacement of that entire building. Originally, you saw that several years ago as a remodel of the current building, but it makes more sense to tear that down and rebuild, and so that'll be Building 5, be a nice addition to the Fruitville campus. Garden Elementary, our rebuild, would be funded this year, and so we're excited about that. That will be a rebuild on the current Garden Elementary campus, and so Ms. Dreger and her team have laid out a brand new facility over to, if you're looking at the building, this would be to the right and be to the west of the current building. We would build a brand new elementary school there, and then once that is built, we would tear down the existing Garden Elementary building, and we've already got permission to do that through the conversations that Ms. Caminati and Ms. Dreger have had with the state. So you've got to get permission to tear buildings down before you can do that. They were proactive and got that taken care of already. Heron Creek Middle HVAC, again, that's equipment replacement on that particular campus. High school track and field upgrades. This will be our last campus. Venice High is the last one to get back to that campus to do any upgrades. That is going to be the track is done. We did that previously. This is the football field, moving to a synthetic turf. But then the associated bathroom storage facilities around the track and the field out there are in terrible, terrible condition. We haven't really touched them in years. And so this has got budget to go ahead and either remodel or replace some of those very small buildings around the track and associated field. So that'll take care of that. And that'll wrap up your program that you put in place to put synthetic turf fields across our district. So we're very, very proud of that. New construction, so move on down to the new elementary in Lakewood Ranch. This would relieve Tatum Ridge. This goes in the waterside area of Lakewood Ranch, and as they continue to expand, this would be, we think it's still in the right spot, but and that budget's been updated to reflect, I can't believe, an elementary school at $91 million, but that's what we're projecting at this particular point. And again, we'll continue, Diane Caminati and her team will continue to watch kind of growth in that area and monitor what's going on at Tatum Ridge, and this could slide a little bit one way or another depending on what we're seeing there. Welland Park High School, our first high school in a long time, as Ms. Dreger just alluded to, basically design is complete. You've got the pricing there at $164 billion. The next one down is the K-8, going on the adjacent property to the high school, and some of that co-design has been done to take advantage of two schools located on the same property. It's slated for next year, and you've seen this one before. However, we have a charter school opening up just down the road from our potential K-8 site, and so this is one that, as we watch that charter school open, this may get delayed. Certainly, as if that charter school picks up some of the students, some of the capacity that we are aiming that K-8 to take care of. So that's one we'll have to watch really, really closely over the next year or so with you, and make a further decision about, is that a pull the trigger, or is that something that we delay based on some of the enrollment going into that new charter school. So again, kind of a star on the side of that one. That's further conversation. If you remember the last time we had a conversation, we did not have everything in Northport sitting on the 5-year plan, but we said, year 6, year 7, we have to start thinking about Northport. Well, we have rolled in now. What we're saying is our next building in Northport, which is Northport Elementary School, going on one of our Woodland sites that we currently have available that was purchased several years ago. And so based on our projections right now, that would be a new elementary to relieve some of the growth in that area. Again, right outside what we think is the 5-year plan, probably year 6 is probably another high school in Northport High over in that Woodland area. Northport High HVAC and Science Wing refresh. It's been on the 5-year plan for a while. It is moving closer, and so we just continue to look at that project. And Ms. Dreger's team continues to kind of make sure we're priced correctly over there, but that's moving forward. Oak Park Special Olympics track is in this current funded year, and so we'll be meeting with the Oak Park team to discuss what that looks like. That was planned to go out in the front of the school and be utilized by Oak Park and Lakeview Elementary. So we'll further conversations to have on that. The Oak Park wing renovation that Ms. Dreger alluded to. The Sarasota High chiller plant project Ms. Dreger alluded to. Sarasota High re-roof. Sarasota High, Laurel Nokomis, and Booker Middle are all sister schools, and they're all roof needs a replacement. So you can see that budgeted out in year 26-27. Conversations recently about STC Phase 3, and you can see where we have it based on some of the, I'd say a year and a half ago conversations on scope. We've got about 18.5 million sitting out there. Again, conversation for the board as we talk about career technical education. You may want to move that closer or whatever you want to do there, but that's where it's currently sitting. Wilkinson is, I believe, chiller replacement over in the Wilkinson campus. And so that takes us through kind of our current funded projects as we see this year, going into this year and potentially out the next 4 years. So any questions, anything you didn't see that you'd like to, or any questions about anything that Ms. Dreger had discussed earlier?
Mrs. Marinelli?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Could you just go in a little bit more depth for me, for the public, about the Macintosh project? Because I know that's been brought up before, and many people in our public sector want to see that developed, and to let them know that there are no underlying plans and that we are going to utilize that for the agricultural.
Sure.
Okay, thank you.
Again, it's the farm to table concept. It's where we'll be teaching students crops and livestock skills. There is a culinary demonstration kitchen where they will be learning how to cook and prepare foods that are fresh from the farm. And it's going to be, we're designing the whole program, the barn, the demonstration kitchen, the teaching area, and then it will be built as funding becomes available.
So the board has previously allocated $3 million to that project. And so I think what that looks like at this point is it'll be site work, probably the new barns, the culinary kitchen's the expensive space, and I think that will probably have to come back in front of the board. The other conversation, which I think probably maybe in terms of program really would be to bring Tripp and his team here to talk about what the program looks like. That might be a nice conversation to have again, to update you, because they're doing a lot of community work with the ag programs, and so there's a lot more going on other than just us on the construction side. So I'll work with Dr. Foster if the board wanted a short presentation from Tripp and his team. It might be good to revisit that with all of you.
Mrs. Rose?
Thank you. The State College, the Suncoast Technical College renovation, that Phase 3 that is out a few plus years, is that something that's relative to what the Northport government is asking us to get involved in with the nursing program and the hospital being built? And that would be the consideration of moving it up sooner, or am I off?
No, I think you're exactly correct. About a year and a half ago, Jane, I don't want to put words in your mouth, so if I'm wrong, correct me, but construction was asked to go out and reprice what that might look like because it had been sitting on the capital budget for a while with a different amount. They did that, which includes some new spaces, a brand new building and new spaces out there to accommodate additional classrooms for the programs I believe you're referring to.
The nursing,
Yes.
the medical health, support the hospital being built. Okay.
With one caveat, again, some of those conversations have evolved over the last year, I think, since our team has priced it. So I would want to revisit scope again, but I believe that's what Ron and his team had asked us to price then. But again, I would like to revisit scope because I'm not sure we've covered everything based on the more recent conversations. Does that make sense?
Define scope.
What programs, how big are the programs, all of that I think has evolved in the last year versus when we priced this. So I'd want to revisit that number with you to make sure it's right based on what the current hospital's asking for, and because I haven't talked to Ron in a while about that.
Well, given that I definitely support the Northport community and participating as one organization in what the medical facility and workers for that look like. I know that Dr. DePillo at the our Suncoast College talked about how he was working with folks down there in the Northport government, and perhaps we need to have an update particularly on that piece of where we are with programs, where all the funding's coming from, what how the hospital's participating, because I think, what is that timeline? How does it all come together? There's been a lot of interest in it, and I don't feel like I have all the variables as one board member, but certainly support the growing facilities and resources in the Northport community. So, given the will of my colleagues on the dais, I individually see a need to revisit that, see where Dr. DePillo is, and who's actually recommending what, with what funding, on what timeline, given that it's so many years out right now.
I agree 100%. If that's the will of the board, we'd be happy to do that because, I have not been, as those conversations have evolved, especially over the last few months, I've not been in them. So absolutely, we'd like an opportunity to revisit this price based on what they're talking about currently.
And how the hospital would participate, how does it impact the budget, the revenue, the costs with our Suncoast College, how the Northport government is participating in any other resources that would come into play, just so we're ahead of it. And it's so far out right now, but it's a current conversation, and I don't know how my colleagues feel.
Yeah, no, I think if I recall, that the last meeting, Dr. DePillo was going to get some additional information, have conversations with them, the various partners, and then, again, correct me if I'm wrong, and then I think we'd be looking at a workshop to get to with actual backup information of where the specific questions you, and I know it was I myself and others phrased that, what the financials would be, the programmatic details, and I think we'd be looking around June. For some reason I have June in my head. It may be before that, but June was what I thought.
June is fine.
Yes, and I may know. Yeah, we had followed up after the last meeting, and I had talked to Mr. DePillo about having that on a June workshop. So I will follow up and share any additional information for him to include as well.
Perfect. Mr. Edwards, did you have anything else?
No, I'm good, thank you.
Okay, Mr. Edwards.
Thank you. Great question, Mrs. Rose. So to take the ball a little further down the field, the way that the process had been moving was that the next step was to talk to construction to kind of get a sense of what would the cost of that building be. Just whoever pays for it, what does that building cost? And that's where I believe the conversations had started with construction to revisit that so that we could have an understanding. The next plan was to do exactly what you said, which is who would like to be responsible for what. And my understanding is that the Northport City Manager, Jerome Fletcher, has plans that once we have the cost of the whole building with with participation from Northport, participation from the school board, participation from the hospital, what will the state give us? And Jerome Fletcher is actually going to be the person going to the state, not the school board, not the hospital, but the city of Northport, because of all of the reasons that we mentioned. Yes, they were hit very hard. Yes, there's a new hospital that's going down there. Yes, they are the area that could use continuing education, not just for their students, but for their constituents. So all of that is in the process, and what we had to do was kind of, to the board's point, here's what it is, here's where we're kind of at, and here's what we still need to do. So that, I hope, clears up a little bit of where the conversations are going and why we still don't have those answers. But I would say that by June, you'll have all that information. And I'm glad that you brought that up because that was one of my comments. But one of the other things that I'd like to talk about is the Welland Park. That is a concern of mine. We have it at, 104? Is that the middle school or the high school that you're most concerned about?
So the high school's good to go. We know we've got the students. We've got to relieve Venice High School, and so that 164.5, they're basically done with design. You're going to start seeing contracts in front of you to get that project moving. So that's moving for a 2025 open. The one that we need to have a conversation about is that which we've got budgeted for next fiscal year would be the new K-8 down there. And again, our only concern as the team tries to crystal ball what's what's going on with population growth is the new charter school going
Yeah.
in, 10 miles from our current site, and they're going to open prior to us. And I guess how many students do they pull off? Our potential students go to this K-8 would be part of the conversation moving forward. And so we just need to see how that opens. What are the students going to that particular school? And then we may need to have conversations about we don't have enough students to open that. We may need to push it, or maybe we do. But I think those are going to be the conversations we have to have over the next year.
So along that line, because again, I think we're heading into very interesting financial times for the school district. I'm concerned greatly about building that building for the reason that you mentioned about the new charter school. I'm going to give a forecast that HB1 is the shiny new object, and parents may want to try a charter school versus our public schools, our home base and our A-rated district. I'm confident we're going to be able to compete. But what we've seen, recently we got an email where somebody had gone to a charter school and they need to come back. And that's where I think it gets tricky. Because my question to you is, if we delayed the middle school building, because that may just make sense for us financially, while we're all sitting in this wait and see mode of what happens with, the voucher program, and that might be where I'm leaning as an individual board member at this particular point in time. I don't want to risk starting that, especially when we're dealing with inflation and cost of building and all of those kinds of things. So my real question is twofold. What is the drop dead date that you need from the board to say you need to stall that or you need to halt it? What is the drop dead date? And then second, if we do that, what's the contingency plan that if we have 200 students from the charter school who want to come back immediately to the public schools, which again is what my forecast might be, where would those kids go if we had to stall because it was a good business decision?
So to your first question, we've got a year. We've got a year and more, depending on what we're looking at this time. I think at this time next year, we'd make a decision. We haven't done anything yet in terms of spending any money. We're a year out from making that decision. And so we've got a full year to kind of let the charter school open, see what the enrollment looks like at the charter school. And then at this time next year, if the charter school is pulling a lot of those students that would go to this new K-8, then we can delay. The other thing that's super important to know is at the middle, so it's an interesting kind of link in terms of what's going on with student population down there. So right now at the middle school level, we do have capacity at Venice Middle School. We could absorb for the foreseeable future, the next few years, any growth at Venice Middle. Our real concern, and Ms. Kaminani, jump in where you want to here, but our real concern is at the elementary school at Taylor Ranch, right? So we've got portables at Taylor Ranch. We're going to put more portables at Taylor Ranch. We're getting to the point that Taylor Ranch is going to be maxed out. So the conversation next year may be a bunch of different options for you. And so we could potentially go into this new K-8 site and build a wing which would accommodate elementary school first to help relieve some of the elementary pressure from Taylor Ranch and leave the middle school wing off. So there are a lot of options as we move forward, and I think we're still a year out from having to make, or more, from having to make those decisions. But again, I think the enrollment at the new charter school is going to play into kind of how we figure out how we move forward with this particular school. What we don't want to do is build too soon and have vacancies in an overbuild. So, yes.
If I may, just so that I appreciate that we're a year off. I would love to see what those options are sooner than later, because I think there's a contemplation and a reflection that the board needs to have as we go through financial decision-making process, the budgeting process coming up in July. I'm not saying it has to be by July, but just some knowledge that, these are what you might want to be thinking about when it comes to something like that. And then my last question about that, does that affect our bond for the build out of that school?
I'll address that when I talk about the revenues. if
Okay.
that's
Okay, sure. All right, I'm good. Thank you.
Thank you. Mrs. Marinelli.
Thank you, Madam Chair. From my past experience watching the charter school growth, for the middle school, most parents seem to like that our middle school charters are small. That seems to be the biggest competition. It's not curriculum or everything. So
I guess part of me, I don't know what that new charter school is going to be, but I know that our schools are state of the art, and parents also like that. And I think some of it, when we look at the big picture, is the competition. And what are we going to be doing to market our brand new schools? And as we look to the future of being innovative with programs at our other schools that have capacity and looking at things. So I think for me, if you could include that, because I don't know, but that is feedback that I've gotten from parents. And then when I did go back to work that 1 year as a counselor at the Student Leadership Academy, that didn't have anything of state of the art. They didn't even have a media center, which is probably good now with all the controversy. But anyway, it was a small class size, or not small class size, but small environment. So I think we've got to work on that perception in the future, and that's all going to come down to our communications and marketing. So,
yes, Ms. Marinelli, I'm glad you mentioned that. And so, our first K-8 going in at Lorraine's first K-8 we built in a long time, and those are exactly the conversations we were having about that transition from elementary to middle and the continuity and giving parents the comfort that I'm in the same school, I'm working with the same staff, and so that's really been a focus. And Mr. Cantis is here, and he and Brandon Johnson have been involved heavily in our brand new K-8 on Lorraine Road, talking about programming and the really neat things from a STEM perspective that are going in that. So I think we've got really what I'm proud of in this district is that program is driving building, not building driving program.
Right.
And so,
yeah.
yes,
And
absolutely.
I appreciate that. And I don't know who's in this room that's been here, maybe a couple as long as I have, when the Lower Nokomis was built as an elementary, and then it went to K-8, and that was a big brouhaha. You had community members against it. I mean, it took part of my team to go in there and work with staff and community members to get them to buy into K-8, and now that's what parents like. So I think we're on the right track. I just think we have to market. We all kind of know what's going on, but we got to get it out to the public.
Well, the other thing I would assure you of, the other piece of it with Mr. Boniglia and his team and Dr. Foster is about the marketing thing that we're doing. And I think you're seeing that continually enhance. And we've got great plans going through the next couple of years with marketing our schools, because I've always said that if parents come in and see what's going on in our schools, they'd be amazed. And so that's what we want to do, get them in the door.
We have to get rid of that perception that middle school is this big monster and all these things happen. So, but also on another note, if I may.
Of course.
When we were talking about having the Northport Dr. DePillo come, that might be a good time also to tie in the McIntosh, because you're going to have some of the same people. So we could have that presentation at the same time.
Okay, sounds
Thank
great.
you.
So with that, we really need to talk about revenue. So if I could have Bonnie
I got
come
two
on
more
up.
people that want to say something really
I'm
quickly.
sorry.
That's okay.
I'm sorry.
Mrs. Rose and then Dr. Frost. I'm sorry. Dr. Foster, but first go.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a few pieces that I'd like input on. As we go forward, and I'm not as alarmed with the new legislation allowing significant increase in choice as I am in focusing in on the conversation that's occurring right now and what we need to do to be competitive. And having been at elementary for a dozen plus years here locally, it's the size of our middle schools that are concerning to our parents, as Mrs. Marinelli had mentioned. I want to state as a future conversation for my colleagues that we scaled back significantly on the funding of middle school models and the research that go with them. We went from enrollment, large enrollment in our middle schools as compared to our elementary. And we had originally what were called small learning communities, where you were almost in a school within a school. That is a model that costs more money. Through decreased revenue sources, we left all of that in the multiple recessions that have occurred to really a whole school, leaning towards a whole school model. So that's one thing to be considered. We've left those research-based best practices. And I've never, the two reasons in my three plus decades of experience working with tens of thousands of families, it's the size of the school that they're going to compared to the one that they're leaving, which is typically elementary to middle. And it is the other part that I'm major prioritizing, and that's achievement and success, a successful pathway for every student, whether it is behavioral and challenges or it's reading or math challenges. And we have a significant amount of our students, even though we are a grade district and have been, we have 30% of our students at third grade that can't read a grade level. That's a problem ongoing in their education career. So we have things to work on to be competitive. I've never known a student to leave that is successful. So my other question as you go forward, or food for thought, for my colleagues and for you, and we do HVAC renovations and renew buildings. Is there any consideration for our elementaries or any of them to move towards a K-8 model, because those parents don't leave? It is a win-win. One, it is an environment they're extraordinarily comfortable with and that they stay with through 8th grade. And secondly, it is a huge advantage instructionally because those students are well known within that K-8 community, and their academic achievement, their progress monitoring has occurred every year and naturally flows from 4th grade to 5th grade to 6th grade to 7th grade to 8th grade versus a middle school getting multiple school influx of students and looking to desegregate the achievement of each and every one of those students coming from multiple elementary locations. So I think relative to being competitive, which I think is the key answer to families having choice, and I want to state I want families to have choice. If we have 70% of our exceptional student education students that cannot read a grade level, and I'm not talking about intellectually disabled, I'm talking about students with learning challenges and average intellect, that I'm not going to tell them you have no other choice, you have to stay with us. That is absurd for me, as well as a student that we don't give a successful pathway to. They should have a choice, and we should be competitive in giving them a successful pathway. So again, my food for thought for my colleagues and for you is looking at K-8 models as we renovate. You've talked about multiple things here in a capital plan, and the middle school model, if we're maintaining 6th through 8th grade school sites, they're large and they scare our 5th grade parents. 13 and a half years, they vibrate to the core of leaving a 600, 700, 500, in some case, student body elementary school and going into a significantly larger middle school. So if we want to be competitive, that's my food for thought.
Thank you. I love that idea.
Those are the conversations that get us excited. So
I was like, that's everything. I
so
like that
we're happy to
idea.
have those conversations, and we'll take Dr. Foster's lead on what you guys would like us to do. But yeah, we'd love to have those conversations.
Awesome. Dr. Foster.
Right. Actually, I'm going to go back to a couple of comments ago. So first of all, I'm going to talk about Laurel and Nokomis and the K-8 model and the transition to that as being a K-8 school. I actually started in the district back in 1997 as a 7th grade math teacher soon after the conversion of Laurel and Nokomis. So actually was there kind of as they were still going through the transition. So had the opportunity to experience that firsthand. And I do know that, a lot, having a 5th grader right now and having worked at an elementary school, that transition to middle school is a big transition. And so, as we continue to look as building schools, but also in servicing the schools we have, we're really wanting to look at that K model. In fact, one of the things that I have been working with our team and kind of proposed is potentially splitting as we service the schools as opposed to just an elementary and middle, executive director potentially having a K-8 North and a K-8 South. south, and really building on those feeder patterns and working within the community so that the community understands the schools that are within that area, and that working together with the principals so that kids that would transition to our traditional middle schools from our traditional elementary schools. And obviously, as we look to build, we would potentially look to build more of the K-8 model. One other thing I did want to mention too, I know, Jody and the team shared some of the projects we have. We are also monitoring growth. We have a lot of growth in the community, and sometimes, as we do a 5-year forecast, sometimes growth hits us in certain areas that maybe we didn't anticipate. So Laurel Nokomis is something that is also on our radar. It has had explosive growth, and so looking right now, we will be building Sky Ranch, which will alleviate Laurel Nokomis to some extent, but potentially not as much as we would need. So that's something that we're also potentially going to be exploring to see, what that would look like to make sure that we account for the growth going on along 681 there.
Thank you. Mrs. Marinelli?
Thank you, and I apologize that we're going over, but as you can see, there's so much going on, and we don't get to have these kind of dialogues back and forth. And so I like to share the ideas, and as my colleague, Ms. Rose, had stated, well, we both did, about the K-8, and you don't have to answer this right now, but just to be thinking about it. Something that's never made a lot of sense to me, but I get it intellectually, but that's okay. We have a wonderful, schools on Venice Island. We got the elementary and we got the high school. And then we have the middle school way out there. So when we start looking at K-8 options, I'd really like to see that possibly we bring that, if we can, because I don't know if we have the room or how that would happen, because it just makes no sense to me that that school is split.
Isn't that how our new construction is? Isn't one of our site plans where, I can't remember, I feel like we're building so many schools, but there was one site plan that had enough land on it so that we could, which is that?
Welland Park.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Okay.
we bought enough property.
But I mean, the
Yeah.
NSL, because it's that's like really the only where we got the elementary, and then we have the high school, and you could do so many wonderful things with having that, and they are so supportive of their school, just so supportive. So that's what I'd like to see on our radar, because that's what I'm looking at when we become competitive. But I don't even really, that's not the word I want. I want to have Sarasota have the best, to where people are dying to get in here, where we have to say, no, I'm sorry, we're full.
Waiting list.
So that's what, and I know we can do it. I'm not so worried about the House bill. I'm not one of those people that's going to be, the sky is falling, Chicken Little. I want to stay ahead of this and really be so competitive and just innovative for our students. And that includes, from the programs that we need to help our kids that aren't reading on level, to the arts, to everything. So our kids have opportunities. And like I said, I want people banging down the doors that they want to be here. So thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Edwards?
Thank you. It's great to hear the conversations about competitive, because we've been talking about that for the 2 years that I've been here. One of the things that I would just add back to the conversation is, I know I've asked for this, that when students leave our school district, that there's an exit interview, that we understand specifically why students have left, to the point of taking that information and becoming more competitive and using it so that we don't lose students. It's information that we should be gaining. So aside from the fact, which I know that we're all committed to do, which is improve reading scores, not just to be competitive, but because we want that for the best interest of our students, I think we need to have an overall conversation about what's the plan to be more competitive, not just talk about it, but what is the plan?
Thank you. Dr. Foster, because this is something that I know even Mrs. Goodwin and myself, and to Mr. Edwards' point, that we had talked about that, and who would it be, not name, but a position to evaluate as best possible? It's almost like when we have exit interviews, you can't require it, but it's valuable information that we should be seeking from any employee who leaves. The same would be true many families, I should say. When they leave, they have a sense they're leaving. They know a little bit more in advance. They do typically tell their principal. What is a process or workflow that we could realistically put in place? Doesn't need to be super robust, but that we are able to capture people leaving, where they're going, what it was that led them that way. Sometimes it can be something that's well outside of our realm. Sometimes it can be programmatic. Sometimes it would be discipline, but we don't have any insight for that. And to that point of how do you improve things when you don't know what's led? So what would a workflow look like?
And so I think that would probably be Denise, Joe, and their teams. Typically, when a student leaves the school, we wait until they go to their new school when they go to register. So we keep them in our system so that we account for that student so they don't just disappear from the system altogether. So we keep them in our system when that child enrolls, let's just say in a charter school, in a private school, then I don't know if Denise, if you want to come up, but then they would enroll. They would request records from us, and at that point, then we're accounting for the fact that student A has left this school and is now attending, blank charter school or blank private school or whatever, or they're homeschooled in the system. So I know our next thing that's coming up, if you want to come up, Denise, is we are looking at replacing some of our systems, our technology systems. And I know, at least from the HR sense, all of that was how we were going to capture the exit interviews of employees, because all these new systems account for that, and the programs that we're currently using don't allow for that. So I don't know, Denise, if you can share, but maybe some of these new systems would also allow for us to do that on the student end as well.
Yeah, when a student leaves the school, we usually capture their withdrawal code. So that's a DOE coding system, 22, 30 or so codes, so we find out what they're doing and where they're going. Many years ago, we had trouble with a code called whereabouts unknown. That was our W-22 code. Since then, we've actually cleaned all that up so that we really do our best to find out. I mean, we can run a report that tells you where our students and why our students left, if they left in district, they left out of district, et cetera. That's easy enough to do.
Oh.
We don't have the actual, why did you go out of district? My assumption is they moved, but you still don't get that to that level of detail. If you would say there are codes who left another school within the district and went somewhere else, we could certainly look at those more carefully and see if they went to charter schools. And then from there, I mean, that would be the workflow. I would imagine it happening that way.
Yeah, I mean, I guess you don't have to have the answer now, but to Mr. Edwards' point, I mean, this is something we certainly brought up over multiple years. And so in lining up with even some of the platform transfers, again, being realistic, I definitely want to see us streamline the exit interviews. But then when we're talking about families, if we have that coding, right, there's going to be things that are outside of what we do. They're moving, whatever it is. But then is there a way to expand? You don't have to answer this now. Maybe come back to us with in the next 30 days or something like that, so we actually get this moving. But where if it's something within, I don't know, charter school, private school, what have you, that we get information or choiced out. I mean, reassignment would be within our district. All of those will provide information. So if we can go, maybe there's another code under a subcode underneath there that we can get more information. But if you guys can come back with some ideas, that would be great.
Good, great.
Wonderful, thank you.
Good, great. Mr. Edwards, were you done? Okay. I was just going to add, so I know there's a lot going on in the construction world. So Jane, thank you for, I know this has been a juggling match. So thank you for that. And I know we're going to tee over to the financial component, but just hinging off of what was said before, I think the competitiveness, and even Welland Park, my concern was there's so many families that moved there with the expectation, maybe that's the wrong word, the assumption that we were going to be building a school down there, but I also recognize we have to be smart, but so I am eager to see what we do with that, because I don't take that lightly, and I do think we can be an attraction, not so much competitiveness, but any ways that we can market and showcase and also understand why certain people are going elsewhere to improve will make us better for it. So I'm glad to hear us all on the same page. But with that, Mrs. Penner, is it time for her now? Or
Perfect.
We have, was there anything else?
No, we're good.
Okay.
Thank
all
you.
right.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Now you're up.
back
Hello,
again.
hello.
I have with me two colleagues. These gentlemen are part of our team that helps us issue debt. Jay Glover, who is with PFM Consulting, and they are our financial advisor, so they kind of pull the entire process together. And next is Ritesh Patel, who is with Neighbors Giblin. He works as our bond counsel, and he keeps us out of trouble. So I'm going to start by just talking a little bit about the top of the sheet. As Mr. Dumas mentioned, they started bottom up, kind of, and talked about the fun things that they're going to do with the money, and we're talking about how we can fund it. So just at the very top of the page that lists all the projects and the proposed costs as well as funding sources. And again, if you look at the new one that was provided versus the other one, we have sharpened our pencil a little bit in regards to these estimates. Again, as I mentioned, estimating an anticipated increase to our 1.5 mil of 1% per year just was not, it didn't make sense, because we were, normally you would never see that low of an increase, unless, of course, the economy tanks, but that's a completely different conversation. So we decided to move with the increases that are developed by EDR, that's the Office of Economic Demographic Research, and they are the ones that provide the projections for the entire state. So they're pretty good projections. And rather than an increase of just the 1% per year to our major funding source, which is the 1.5 mils, we went with their projections, which again, for the 23-24 year, the projection is 14.3%. And then the following 4 years, it's somewhere between just under 5%, and I think it goes up to 7 or 8%. So still some modest increases to project out in comparison to the last few years of what we've noticed. And just knowing what we are seeing approved as far as new construction within Sarasota County, I think that those prove to be pretty conservative estimates even still. So when you look at this as well, you're seeing the 23-24 projection in the left-hand column, which has estimated revenues of $184 million, impact fees of $5.4 million, and new debt of $164.5 million. Now, again, the estimated revenues, that's primarily our 1.5 mils, as well as our sales tax revenue. So I'm going to push the debt piece back just a little bit, just so you can sort of see how this works. At the very top line, we have our beginning fund balance, which we're projecting that we're going to start with almost $84 million. You'll see that that number over the 4 years or the 5 years projection, it goes up and down. That's just because these projects are large. So sometimes we're in a saving mode where we're saving up for the following year, and sometimes we're in a spending mode where we're spending what's in that fund balance, because that's the purpose we saved it for. So the other piece is this spreadsheet goes on for many, many more years. So at the very end, you can see we're in a savings year. So the other piece I wanted to, alert you to or let you notice is at the very bottom, we do have a capital fund reserve. So we always keep a reserve of between 10 and it goes up to almost $20 million. At the end of this 5-year projection. And then following, we also have this final balance, which then gets carried forward to the following year. So there are balances, there are funds. We try to be very conservative in recognizing that there are inflationary aspects that we need to deal with, which a lot of times are addressed in the budget of the project, but we also like to have this amount at the bottom as well, that for any unanticipated overruns or additional projects that need to happen. So we have the dollars that are available for construction, and then in the little middle part of the grid, you can see we have transfers and debt service. So we're trying to keep our debt service relatively streamlined. We've got some that's going to be falling off, and then we're going to be adding in order to fund some of these new projects. The transfers piece, just want to mention to that as well. Those are some of the things that we generally fund out of the general fund, but then we pull in revenues from capital to be the source of those allocations. So, for instance, we were just talking about the property insurance program. That's part of that transfer. We actually pay the bill out of general fund, but we bring the revenues in through a transfer from our 1.5 mills to pay that bill. So we've got lots of those. You can see $75 million, which also includes part of our debt. We have some dollars that come into us that we are a flow through for charters, which is the $3.5 million. That's their portion of the PICO revenue. We have recurring expenses. So these are things that you're not necessarily seeing as a project, but kind of some regular maintenance activities that happen that are just our day-to-day type maintenance activities. Further, you can see we do choose to share some of our millage with our charter schools, so you can see how that's been projected out. As well, our new sales tax referendum agrees that we will share with our private charter schools as well the sales tax. So the new referendum, which starts in January of 2024, will include that in there. So you can see recognition of that. So we spend a lot of time on those projects, but there are some other pieces that are funded through the capital program. So back to the revenues. As I mentioned, we are sort of sharpening our pencil when it comes to how we estimate and forecast the dollars that we'll receive, and we feel very confident, especially, relying on what EDR has done. We're going to work a little bit more on some of the other pieces because I know we did increase impact fees slightly, not to mention we have a lot more construction. So I think that's the next piece we need to look at. But when you look at the bottom line, you can tell we need to issue debt in order to support this particular this capital plan, and we have the intention that we generally only issue debt when it is a new school. We try to keep within that. We pulled Grocio in just because of some timing issues, but really we only want to issue debt when we are truly building a new facility. So did you have a question? Oh, okay. Sorry, thought you would. So you'll see that for the 23-24 year, in that snapshot of that isolated budget, it says $164,500,000. The truth is we're budgeting for $175 million. It's just the year prior, the year that we are currently in, is where we've got that additional $11 million. So it's kind of over a 2-year because we're planning on doing that over the summer, and just it made the budget balance. Well, so that is particularly a debt issue to fund Welland Park High School, which is well underway. And you can see for the 24-25 year, we have a placeholder of the debt of $103,600,000 that will be covering the K-8 at Welland Park. Again, that is contingent on the need. In the original plan, we were going to issue debt this summer for both those projects, and it was going to, of course, be much larger, but you can see we've postponed that a little bit until we get better idea, as Mr. Dumas mentioned, about the enrollment. So at this point, I'm going to turn it over. If we could we have a PowerPoint presentation, so if we could get that up and running, I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Glover.
And while we do that, Mr. Edwards has a quick question.
It was just quick. You referred to the debt of, or the expense for the K-8 in Welland Park as 103. I have it as 104, and it's $1 million.
That's simply because we would not be supporting the full project through a debt issue. We would be using some regular revenues to cover a portion of the cost. Try to issue as little debt as we possibly can.
Okay.
So if we can scrape $1 million aside to, or however much it happens to be, that's what we're going to do.
Madam Chair, school board members, Dr. Foster, Jay Glover from PFM Financial Advisors LLC. We are the district's financial advisor on debt-related matters, and I'm trying to pause here while the presentation comes up. But in terms of an overview, we're here, I really start any debt presentation with giving an overview of where the market is, because quite frankly, the market's been quite volatile over the last, say, year and a half, but also like to give some historical perspective on where rates are now compared to where they have been. And then I'll turn it over to Ritesh, who is your legal counsel on debt, to talk about the funding mechanism districts use to build these capital projects we've talked about. And then I'll come back and talk about the transaction that we recently did last year for some financing projects, and then talk about the proposed $175 million COPS deal to fund your new high school as well. And then just talk about next steps to move forward toward completion of this process. So that's about as much stalling as I can do until my presentation comes up. So.
I sent it to Kathy and Jamal. Okay, Kathy.
They don't have it in there, so they say you have it.
It should be a PowerPoint, just financing. Perfect. So let me. Okay, great. In terms of a market update, this just gives you some historical perspective on where the MMD AAA index is. And what that is an index for the most highly rated municipal bonds that are out there with a AAA credit rating. And the gray band shows you over the last 30 years the low point of where rates have been and the high point of where rates have been over a 30-year term. So just for instance, in the 1 year maturity, rates have been as low as 0 and as high as 5%. And you move throughout the curve here out to 30 years. And the yellow bar shows where rates currently are, and the blue bar shows the average over that time. So while rates have definitely risen over the last couple of years, if you look back over the 30-year history of where interest rates have been for local government, school districts, cities, counties borrowing money, we're very close to that 30-year historical average. And quite honestly, on the long end of the yield curve, we're still below the averages. I think what we most see in the news is the Federal Reserve is raising interest rates, and they continue to raise interest rates to kind of combat inflation. That really impacts the short end of the yield curve more so than the long end of the yield curve. So you can see here, short-term rates are higher today than where they have been historically, but out on the long end of the curve, they're actually a little lower. So unfortunately or fortunately, we all got very spoiled by the low interest rate environment we were experiencing for many years. But if you look back over the long term, we're still at a pretty attractive level when you're talking about long-term borrowing like school districts do to fund COPS. To give you a little bit more of a short-term perspective and kind of the slope of the yield curve here, the green bar, as you can see on the bottom, really shows where rates were at their low point last year. So rates were ultra low, really, when you look at 2022, early in 2022, because this is January of 2022. Rates were pretty much at their all-time historically low levels. The red bar shows where they were a year ago, and then the yellow bar shows where they are currently. So right now we have a very oddly shaped yield curve in terms of shorter rates are actually higher than longer-term borrowing rates. And one of the things I think this graph highlights is when we're talking about the proposed financing for the district, we're really talking about borrowing in that 15-year term. So you can see during that term, interest rates do dip. So it's your pretty attractive levels in terms of where you might be borrowing it on a 15-year term. So again, this just gives you a little perspective. We hear about mortgage rates being, 6.5%. Obviously, they're very high compared to where they've been. But when you talk about borrowing for a high-quality credit like the school district is, you have very strong credit ratings, AA1 issuer credit rating, AA2 rating on your COPS transactions, some of the highest ratings in the school district. You're still able to access capital markets at a pretty attractive rate given historical perspectives. I'm not going to sugarcoat it. We're not borrowing where we were 2 years ago, but again, very attractive levels looking historically. With that, I will turn it over to Ritesh, who's going to talk a little bit about the funding mechanisms for school districts, and then I'll come back and talk specifically about the borrowing plans for Sarasota schools.
Good morning. Ritesh Patel, Neighbors, Giblin and Nickerson, your bond counsel. As Jay mentioned, I'm just going to cover your general funding sources for capital projects. So obviously you have the operating side of the house, which you use for ongoing operating expenses, and we're just going to talk about the capital side of the house and your various revenue sources that can be used, can be leveraged to issue and support the repayment of debt. First, we're going to talk about PICO and CODS. These are direct funding sources from the state. They are not given in a significant amount these days. Obviously, as you all are probably well aware, PICO funding really does not flow to the school district anymore. It flows through the school district to charter schools for capital improvement projects for those charter schools. CONDS you receive as well from the state. You receive a distribution and also a holdback for any state bonds that may have been issued on your behalf. Again, these are not significant revenue sources that you are able to leverage. The major funding source for most school districts and yourselves is the capital outlay millage, or the 1.5 mil revenues is a property tax levied on all the property tax in the district. Each school district in the state can levy up to 1.5 mils to fund construction, maintenance, pay property casualty insurance premiums, and for our purposes, make lease payments under your lease purchase agreements, which are the operative documents pursuant to which your certificates of participation, or COPS, are issued. And you can use those to make up to you can leverage up to 75% of your 1.5 mils to make those lease payments. You fortunately are in a very good spot with your current debt. I assume it's about 0.2 mils that you utilize to make your lease payments. So not even in the ballpark of what your maximum capacity limit is. Rating agencies don't want to see you go above probably about 50% of your 1.5 mil levy, so about 0.75 mils. They don't want to see more than that being used for lease payments until it becomes a credit issue they may want to address. You do share, or as you all are aware, there is potential to share some of the revenue from the 1.5 mils with charter schools in the district. There's a bill pending up in Tallahassee that is revising the calculation methodology for that sharing, other than in 1819. When that law was first changed, you haven't had to share local 1.5 mil revenue with charter schools, but that appears to be changing depending on whether this bill passes or not. Some other funding sources, which Bonnie briefly covered at least one of them, impact fees. You do receive average around $5 million in impact fees. Again, not a huge amount. And those funds are pretty restricted. You can only use those for capacity projects, so basically new growth schools. And again, not a huge amount for you. There's a few discretionary funding sources that are available to school districts. Generally all require a referendum approval. And so there's a short-term 2-year constitutional operating or capital millage levy that can be put before voters. Again, it's short-term, so a 2-year capital levy is not really going to provide you much bang for the buck, so to speak. If you have to go to referendum, you would go for a longer term, something that your voters would see for a number of years. There's a 4-year operating levy as well, which I believe you all have in place. and has been supported by the community. General obligation bonds are the most creditworthy of your local potential revenue sources. That is an unlimited property tax that the voters agree to pay for debt for new schools or whatever you put before the voters to approve. Obviously, those are not frequently used in the state. There's only been 3 in the last probably 15 years that have been approved: Miami-Dade County, Broward County, and just most recently Putnam County Schools did authorize a GO bond. Sales tax, which you are well aware of, which was renewed here in the district, the local government infrastructure surtax for 1 penny, which you received 25% of the revenues for that, and that takes you through 2039. Again, that is subject to sharing with charter schools in the district. That is a good revenue source. I don't know what that generates here locally, but that is something you could leverage for capital projects. And then there is the school capital outlay surtax, which is another option that you do not have, but since you get a share of the county one, it's typically not done where you get both, and that would be a direct half penny for only available for school purposes. The most common financing structure that school districts use is the certificates of participation. It is basically a lease purchase transaction where you have 4 parties, let's call it 3 parties. You have the school board sitting as the school board sitting as the Sarasota County School Board Financing Corporation, and then you have a trustee bank, and ultimately you have the purchasers of the debt. There are various underlying agreements. You provide a ground lease to the corporation to come in and complete the projects, which you do as a school board on their behalf, and the corporation leases the projects to the school board, who in turn makes rental payments annually or semi-annually, which are equal to the debt service on the bonds that are issued. And so it's basically those payments go directly to the trustee, and the trustee pays the bondholders. It is a structure that has been approved by the Florida Supreme Court over the last 30 years. It was originally approved in the early 1990s and most recently approved in 2007 in the Escambia versus Strand case. The one, obviously, the reason it's the most frequently used structure in the state is because it allows you to leverage your most accessible revenue source, 1.5 mils, and also does not require a referendum before the voters to issue those debts. So you get certainty in the ability to issue the debt, and also it is well received by the credit markets. All the rating agencies and investors understand the healthy COPS market that is here in Florida. As I said, it is by far the most common utilized structure for school districts in the state. Just a rundown of the basic financing documents. You, as a school board, are the lessee under the master lease and the lease schedules. You, as a school board, are the lessor. You own the underlying property on which these schools are financed. So the leasing corporation subleases that land for you, and in turn subleases the projects back to you, and you make those payments to pay off the debt over time. There is also a trustee on board, and the master trust, the supplemental trust referenced here, are tri-party agreements between the school board, the financing corporation, and the trustee, and those just really set forth the terms and conditions of the debt, the details of the debt, when they're payable, the maturity dates, the interest payment dates, ultimately the debt service that is paid every year on the debt, and then everything is actually assigned to the trustee from the leasing corporation to the trustees. So the leasing corporation basically, at the beginning of the transaction, has assigned all its rights to the trustee for the benefit of the holders of your debt. And if there were a default or a non-appropriation, the trustee would take the permissible actions under the documents to derive whatever revenues they can to pay off the debt. But we know that's not going to happen in a place like Sarasota. One thing that's not on here, I know House Bill 1 has been talked about a fair amount this morning. There was one piece of good news in that bill for school districts. One of the things your facilities folks and finance folks have been struggling with over the last few years has been the cost per student station limits. As you know, construction costs have gone through the roof for every school district in the state. And there was a change in law a couple years ago that forced some school districts in the financings when they really shouldn't have. There is now, as part of House Bill 1, there was a provision that exempts any projects that are commenced on or before July 1, 2026 from the cost per student station limits. So you no longer have to worry about complying with those costs in order to build new facilities.
Thanks, Ritesh. That was just sort of a brief overview of the actual financing structure that's utilized by Sarasota as well as most school districts in the state. The remaining balance of the presentation is going to get into the actual financings of the school board. And, oh, my presentation went away.
There you go.
Sorry for the technical difficulties. As was mentioned in Ritesh's presentation, the district levies 1.5 mils of capital outlay millage. Legally, you can use up to 75% of that 1.5 mils to make lease payments on COPS. The rating agencies set a threshold for kind of credit worthiness of 50% of your capital outlay millage to make lease payments. And the good news is that Sarasota Schools has one of the most conservative low debt profiles of any school district that actually has a COPS program and uses much less than that. So on the graph here, you can see the current profile of your debt, including the most recently issued 2022 ACOPS of $117 million. You can see in 2024, your debt service peaks at about $23 million a year and then drops down after that. And 50% of your 1.5 mils generates about $70 million. So you do that math and you're actually using about 0.22 mils to make lease payments on your COPS. And that really gives you a lot of flexibility to pay for those other things that were mentioned as part of the capital budget, the transfers to the general fund, the ongoing maintenance. And it also gives you capacity to issue additional debt when large capital projects are needed, similar to your high school project you're contemplating now. So if we fast forward to the proposed issuance of $175 million worth of COPS to fund that Wayland High School project, you can see what the debt service looks like when you layer on that debt service as well. And you can see here in the yellow bars is that $175 million proposed issuance. And we're proposing to structure it in a manner that actually creates level aggregate debt service of around $30 million when you include all of your existing COPS. I'll also point out something very conservative about this debt service structure. As you can see, the final maturity of your existing debt as well as this proposed debt is 2037. So we're proposing to pay this debt off within 14 years of today. I will tell you that most school districts are financing these long-term capital projects over 20 or 25 years. But the ability to do it over a much shorter time obviously gives you not only capacity to do future projects that might be on the horizon 3, 4, 5, 10 years from now, but it also significantly reduces the amount of interest you're paying from your capital outlay millage. And it's like if you finance a house over, say, 30 years, you know, you're probably paying twice as much in interest as you do, you know, to pay the house off. Same thing with this type of thing. So you're really minimizing your interest cost. And even after layering on this $175 million, we're showing about 0.3 mils being used out of your 1.5 mils. So still way below all the thresholds we would look at. So again, you know, this is one of the reasons why the district is able to fund all the ongoing capital projects that it has and also maintain a very strong credit rating. As I mentioned before, the district's issuer credit rating is AA1. It was actually upgraded to that level in 2022, and your COPS are rated AA2, which is one notch below that. So those really are the highest rated district in the state. There's not any districts that have a AAA credit rating, which is the next notch higher than the AA1 that you all have. And there's just reasons within the rating methodology that a school district is likely never to get to a AAA level. But your AA1 level is reflective of not only the strong capital position, but almost more importantly, the strong financials you have within your general fund as well, in particular, the strong fund balance that you all maintain, which is the one rating characteristic I'll tell you that's most important, is having that fund balance that gives you flexibility to deal with unforeseen circumstances that faced all districts in the state of Florida, given our exposures to environmental issues and things like that. So again, proposing to issue $175 million worth of COPS to fund that project, very conservative debt service structure, minimizing interest cost, and really keeping a lot of flexibility within your capital outlay millage to take care of all the other demands on that revenue source. And then the last slide we have before addressing any questions you all might have provides just a path moving forward from today as we would propose to do. This is obviously a workshop to talk about the capital budget and the proposed financing. If given direction, we would need to come back before you all as the school board and the leasing corporation. We're targeting July 18th for you to consider a school board and a leasing corporation resolution, which would approve the financing of this school and under certain parameters. If given approval, we would seek a rating confirmation in August with the plan to actually price these certificates of participation in late August and close in September, which is really the timing of when funds might be needed to get started on these projects. So that's really the path moving forward from here, but are here to address any questions you all might have about the financing structure, the current debt portfolio, or the proposed issuance of COPS before you here today. And with that, I think that completes our presentation.
Excuse me. Thank you very much. Are there any questions? Well, my hats off to Mrs. Penner and to Dr. Foster for allowing the board members to have advanced conversations in our one-on-ones with their CFO just to prep and prepare us for this. So just for the viewing public, this has been ongoing discussions. So I thank you for that preparation. And thank you for that very thorough overview. I see no questions or comments, so
Very good.
thank you very much. We'll be
Thanks so
seeing you
much.
guys soon.
Thank you.
Very good. Okay, moving on, we have IT presentation, Student HR and Business Systems with Dr. Cantalupo and Mr. Benzwinger. Welcome, welcome. Hello.
Hi. Well, good morning, everybody. Members of the board, Kathy, our interim superintendent. So today we're here, and I'll wait till the PowerPoint gets up, but I can begin the introduction. So we're very, very excited today to talk about something we've been talking about for a really long time. And it's about the investigation and possible request for information to go forward from the board. Talking about two foundational digital systems, our SIS, Student Information System, and our ERP system. We're so happy to be here to talk about them because we have been investigating a change in these systems for quite a while. We've been looking at the digital market, examining our own systems, and as I believe, we begin any kind of change like this by doing investigation first and a lot of research. So today, we're going to give you a broad overview of the findings of this research, and hopefully, at the end of it, answer questions that you may have and you've been thinking about, and then possibly ask the board for permission to begin looking to secure a new student information system first, followed by later on, and we'll talk about timelines, possible projections and timelines of a new ERP system. I'm going to introduce two very important people that are here today that have worked on this investigation with us, and that is Jared Chamberlain, and you know him as Vladdy Nakor. We're in the back. Where'd they go? Oh, they're right here. These two gentlemen, as well as Linda Seibel, who's out at schools today, have been super important and very, very they're the ones that have gone out and conducted so much of this research and brought it back to us to enable us to really think about going forward. And Linda, of course, was part of our investigative team along with Joe and I. So with that, we'll be bouncing back and forth as you go through, but feel free to interrupt us at any time.
Good morning, everyone. First, I apologize. My voice is a little raspy this morning. I don't have a good reason why, but please accept my apologies that it is a little raspy. So as we begin our conversation with you and dialogue today, really helping to understand the why we thought would be a good place to start this conversation on. And really, as we begin this conversation, every school district across the country is built upon two primary foundational systems, the Student Information System and ERP, or Employee Resource Planning. I was, as we were sitting here waiting, I was thinking, in our district, they've been known as different names over the years, AS400, terms, Crosspoint, ESD, and various things. But at the end of the day, they are these two foundational systems, and they are critically important that we can, as we do our business. So there were three kind of areas that I wanted to touch base before we move on in the discussion. First, part of the conversation is it's not if, but when. And there comes a time when a change is needed in systems. It's happened that way countlessly over the years. And one of the things that I wanted to point out is we can have the very best instruction, but when systems lack, we will not achieve the best results possible, nor have the best organization possible. Our systems matter, plain and simple. Also, throughout this process, we've identified the existing limitations and risks that we currently have with our current systems in place. And I want to be purposeful when I use the term risks. The risk of something being missed in the way we have our systems, in the systems we have in place right now. And kind of an example I want to use to help illustrate what I mean by that is, I don't know about you, but I have my own system for remembering my to-dos, the things that I need to get accomplished. And we've all figured out that system that helps us make sure we don't forget those. And over the years, my systems for remembering my to-dos have changed slightly because I've missed things that I needed to make sure I got done. And as I've changed those, I've gotten better at making sure I don't miss what I need to make sure I get done. As we look at implementing better systems, we're wanting to make sure that we eliminate the risks of the chances that we take with the systems that we have in place. And finally, on this slide, I don't know about you, but I also experienced the challenges of traveling during this past holiday season and Southwest was one of the biggest headlines that took place. And if you read the research and kind of findings of what Southwest taught us is they had antiquated systems that people in-house were holding together, and those that were doing the work knew that it was never a question of if, but when there was going to be a problem, and we all experienced that firsthand. Dr. Cantalupo and I are here today to say to you that based on our experience and knowledge in working with staff and in the systems, it's not a matter of if, but there will be a when we have some major challenges if we don't have some hard conversations about changing systems that are there. So with that.
So as I think everything, when you make a change of this undertaking, the first thing you have to do is start research and start early. So as Joe said, it's not if, it's when. And we have some very valuable players and wonderful IT staff. And when most of your IT staff, the ones that have been here a really long time, come to you and say, hey, there are better systems out there. It's time to start doing research. We've done it. And the goal of that research really was to investigate options, because what you're doing in your main hypotheses, if you want to say, is we're comparing. Our goal of the research was to compare our need, what do we need, what is missing, what is antiquated, to compare to what is available out there. And technology changes fast. It may seem like, oh, we just changed, but that's been a long time ago. And technology looks very, very different today, and the systems that are integrated today are much more powerful. So with that, comparing the need to what is out there, the beginning process began with interviews. And as you can see here, it was sort of a two-prong approach, interviewing the schools, personnel at the schools. Vladdy and Jared did a wonderful job with that, and then interviewing sometimes multiple times the district departments to find out what's missing. And I want to stress here that as we have done with recent implementations, we have really taken this research approach, this constant, not only fact-finding at the beginning, but this feedback loop. I think in the past there have been initiatives, preceding Joe, I don't know about preceding me. Was that technology preceding me? I don't know. There was limited, and we kind of, some implementations were forced upon staff. And this is not the way we want to approach things today, and we will never do that. So as, and if given the permission and the blessing of the board, we go forward, this will be a continuing research project and feedback loop, kind of molding our way as we go forward, making sure that staff and stakeholders are perfectly comfortable as we go on. So we had that two-pronged approach, interviewing the school districts, but then the other piece, and very important, was what are the other districts doing? We're not alone in this. We have every district across the nation has these two basic systems. So what's going on out there, and where are we not taking advantage of those systems?
One thing I do want to point out before Dr. Cantalupo goes to the next slide, you do see an emphasis on high schools interviewed in there, and the reason for that is high school student data, especially as they get ready for post-secondary opportunities, and the reporting structures that come out of them are some of the most important when it relates to student information systems. Not to devalue or unemphasize it at the elementary level, but at high school it becomes exponentially more important.
So identified concerns. We really could have painted this whole slide yellow. But as we went across different departments and looking at their major needs, several things really stood out. And I'll go down that side column there, that vertical column, data integrity, the most crucial piece. And if we don't have data integrity, it's not even worth collecting. So that's something near and dear to my heart. And I will tell you, having worked with different systems, many different systems over the years, there's always a cleaning process. We always giggle about the push of a button and there comes the cleaning data out. But you'll never run data when you have many, many different inputters of data, which we have in large systems like this, and have clean data on the output. There will always be anomalies. So what we have had to do over the years is run reports and implement other systems, something like in state reports we use Certify, to make sure the validity of the data before we send it to the state. So you have these ad hoc systems, basically. And sometimes we don't even have the reports to run off the systems to make them valid, to ensure the validity of the data or the integrity of the data. So we have to develop our own very complicated reports in order to make sure that the input is clean. One of the things new systems do today is they don't allow the input unless it's clean. So we only have, and we can set up structures like that, but even in our existing system, but it's much more complicated programming. In the newer systems, the owner of the data can set up such certification processes so that data isn't even entered incorrectly. Ease of use, the biggest thing when you have so many users doing so many different things with these programs. We can't stress that enough. Training processes with the existing systems we have are complicated. We have turnover of staff quite a bit, turnover of registrars, people that are actually inputting information, guidance counselors, et cetera. And we have this continuous training issue as people come on. So ease of use is super important. As you know, when you're working with any application, if it's too difficult to use, it's not worth your time. Reporting requirements, I can't stress this enough. It's voluminous. The amount of reports that we have to produce today, since when I started here 20-odd plus years ago, the amount of reporting that we have to do is unbelievable. Not only on the state level, but locally. there isn't a day go by that Joe and I do not have reporting requests that we work with our programmers on. We have over hundreds of reports built off ESD and others that we have, but that's not the hard part. The hard part's the ad hoc reports, constantly pulling data, integrating data, merging data, cleaning data. It's become, voluminous is the best, nicest word I could use. Demographics, and I link that into security. We are constantly being asked about demographics, and that becomes a very touchy issue when we report things. We need to slice and dice our information. So those are tied into both. Native data integration, I'm going to talk a little bit more about that. I can't talk enough about that. But our data needs to link together across applications. Today, with the one-off systems that we have, our wonderful, wonderful staff are great at building APIs, interface systems that can link this data. But every time you have to do that, remember, you have to transform the data. It's not that A application is going to go to B application. There has to be a transformation process. And that, because they're two different systems, I don't care what the salesman tells you, you will still have to get involved in integrating and reprogramming that data integration. I think, and customer support, and that can be across the board. We have good help systems now. We do. But the way that the new systems are built is that the help is built right in. You don't go anywhere else outside the system. They have great documentation, and you just hit that question mark as you see in Microsoft, and you can get your answers right there. Moving the needle.
So as we progress in the conversation, we categorized things into kind of three big rocks for you as to help answer the question why. First, ease of use for instructional and business purposes. We desperately want to empower our schools and departments to be able to do the work themselves without having to make all of these special requests, having all this codependency on various either district staff members or members of the team members of vendor solutions that are out there. It should be systems that just work. When systems lack, the gaps are typically filled with extremely hardworking people or subpar results are seen. We want to empower our staffs. On our best days, our systems are currently getting us probably 50% of the way there. And the rest is then filled with staff filling in those gaps. We need to find systems that get us 90% of the way there, with that remaining 10% that allows staff to be agile and adaptive enough to meet the unique needs of situations that may occur. There is no solution that at least I would offer you. There is no solution that's going to get you 100% of the way there, because there are always unique circumstances that come across. By having systems, and Dr. Cantalupo alluded to this already, but by having systems that have appropriate dashboards and analytics and reporting capabilities built in, we aren't having to then attempt to build them ourselves. Which then leads me, and this bullet was slightly changed from your read ahead. We felt like this was a little more positive than the one we had originally created. One of 64 in the state of Florida on both sides for the student information and our ERP solution. That is a challenge in sustainability on a variety of levels. It also provides limited support and collaboration. There are times that standing alone is necessary and appropriate depending on the topic. I would offer you today that neither of these systems is one of those reasons that we should be there. And so if we're going to be building a solution, where are we focusing our efforts, right? And so I shared with Dr. Cantalupo, a counterpart of mine from across the state. As we were sitting here today, they started online testing today, and they experienced some challenges at the state level with it. I bring this up because misery loves company, to steal an old adage there. And when you're by yourself, you're trying to find solutions by yourself. But if we are all sitting here together attempting to find solutions, there is value in that. Two quick examples I want to share with you on that we all experienced. The recent change to FAST as as the state's assessment approach. We in Sarasota had to work with our SIS solution to find and help them co-develop a solution that would meet those needs. Later on, you'll see a solution that is in place in a vast number of our districts across the state. That vendor already had a solution prepared because it was part of their development cycle and was ready day one, where we were still working with our vendor to try and find a solution that would work and then test it out. In addition to that, all of the COVID protocols that we had to deal with in conjunction with the Department of Health and Department of Education in the state, we were once again alone trying to find solutions where, as I watched my counterparts across the state be able to collaborate and enhance and improve what was already being done because they were on similar solutions.
So bringing back that notion of native data integration, so I kind of want you to envision the way I think about it is Microsoft. So when you learn a program in Microsoft and you understand it, so lots of us start with Word, and then you transition maybe to Excel, right? And as you move across these very different programs that do very different things, you're not so scared and it doesn't seem unfamiliar. You don't even realize it when you're doing it at first. And all of a sudden you know how to work in Excel, even though you don't know all of Excel, but you know a lot of the functionality because you've already been working in Word and so forth. That's what we talk about, look and feel of why native integration is so important. When some of the systems we have up today, and I remember being in many a meeting where I would pull data from the student information system and be running reports, and then sit in a meeting where somebody else was running data from another adjunct system, and they're getting totally different data. You know, that's not the way that we should be working, and then trying to figure out who is right. So when you talk about this integration across platforms, it helps with security. It helps with training. We have a similar interface and functionality. Will each component of these platforms be identical? No. They all serve their own purpose, but they'll all have that look and feel that's the same. And when you talk about staff and teacher and PLC support, imagine as time goes on, we integrate these systems that teachers and our staff who are short on time and long on work, and we're asking them to look at every piece of data on their children, and they're able to get this and not have to go to 5 different systems to do it. A cost effectiveness over time. Every time we have a new platform in place, we have to look at the security of the platform. We have to look at how it can integrate with the other systems. But with native integration, where it's the same platform running separate programs, but they all are integrated already, it saves us time and money.
So we thought this as a good opportunity just to kind of create a visual, and in retrospect, while we talk about integrated functionality, maybe a better word than integrated is codependent functionality. For a highly successful school district to run, it is important that the student information system and the employee resource planning are working together, and we wanted to make sure it was kind of clear when we begin to talk about these two systems, what role each one has. So we're going to first focus on the student information system and really the foundation that it builds. And one of the things that it's important here is these blocks, and maybe we could have done like a web because they're all interconnected. They're not in any particular order or location, but rather they are there merely to represent all of these blocks together, help represent what the student information system is part of. You will notice that there are a couple blocks that are different colored, and they go between the two systems, which we'll represent here in just a little bit. The one piece that I did want to point out that is asterisked up there is the shopping cart feature, and maybe that could have been the kind of olive color, if you will. It is not something that we have in place right now as it sits within our parent portal, but the ability to have a shopping cart where parents can pay for the things related to their student at their school, that's all built into the portal, that's PCI compliant, is something that I think our parents deserve and makes it easier for them as they're trying to manage yearbooks and parking passes. My head goes to high school stuff, but the various things that are part of being a student at a school. Dr. Campalupo, what?
The only
I'm sorry, PCI compliance is related to anytime credit card or debit card transactions are taken online. Our finance and budget office is well acquainted with that, but it is something that, as we talk to schools and they look at opportunities for parents to pay for things online, we always work with them to make sure that whatever vendor they're looking at falls in line with all PCI compliance.
The other thing I would say about this is that although these are functionalities, basically, if we miss some, it wasn't intentional. That's number one. Number two is that some of these systems we don't have yet. You know, like I'll talk about MTSS, although we have, I think, processes for MTSS, we're using them within school. There's not we don't have a platform that has been successful for recording interventions, for example. So a child, as they're going along, and teachers can monitor what interventions have been used and so forth and what has been successful. And that would integrate to the assessment platform, that, again, native integration cross platforms. ESD is the major source feeding these systems today. Some of them are there. They're one-off systems that we've had to build APIs across. And others, because of difficulties, we've not been able to put into effect yet. Although systems are out there that...
Right. And the real point of, or one of the real points of this slide is that your student information system is that foundation that all of these blocks are built off of. And if that foundation is not as strong as it could be, then the blocks in turn are not going to be as strong as they could be. And in addition to that, those blocks may not be as robust or functional or provide as much insight or capability because of the foundation that it's built off of. Similarly, and we in Sarasota typically refer to ERP as either our business system, our HR system, or finance, but it's all of these things combined that help to make it as a whole. You'll notice the olive-colored pieces there. Again, some of these things we have currently in place. Some of them maybe not as clearly. We did put policy here as an asterisk because while it's not necessarily called out in these systems, it is part of the framework that puts these systems together, or these components together. And once again, if the foundation of your employee resource planning solution is not strong, then the components that you build off of it aren't strong. I know Dr. Foster experienced some of that firsthand in her role in HR and the challenges that ensued because of that. And some of the challenges we are continuing to work through today, and staff is having to work through to fill those gaps.
Especially with analytics and dashboards, you see that they're across the board. Even though we have run reports, we build reports, it always seems as if we'll run a report that we used last year, but yet we need something else added to it. They're never stagnant. Some of the systems that we'll talk about and people will train on is that you can add those additional features pretty readily. You don't have to export from one system and import into another system, which is how we do a lot of that today. And one piece which has been something that's been kind of bothering me over the years is forms. We never had a way to develop forms, digital forms on the fly. So we went to a lot of different things to accomplish that, and digital signatures. But, you know, it is, what year is this? 2023, it's time that we had an easy way to build a digital form. And I just don't mean a form where, they fill it out. I mean a form that's linking to the database. And so we collect like information that you were just talking about wanting to do follow-up with people that leave the system or move. The beginning would be with withdrawal codes. We'll find out who actually moved. But as Joe and I were sitting over there, it's like but then we need a form to find out exactly, collect that information, build it back into our system. And these types of programs today have that. And we should be capitalizing on those data collection methods and getting rid, of things like SurveyMonkey or things that, necessity is the mother of invention. So if a particular department or school needs to collect information, they'll kind of wing it and get their own license for something. Well, this is cost effective because we'd be able to do it within the system. Correct. We would have to, if we needed to, like for climate survey, for example, when we pull that information that lives in a database, we have it, it's in Qualtrics right now, but it doesn't integrate back into the system in any way. It lives in its separate little database. And that's just one example of dozens. So, and like I said, when people don't have maybe school doesn't know we have Qualtrics, so they don't look at that, they'll license SurveyMonkey if they needed it. I've seen all kinds of things like that over the years, and not pointing fingers or anything like that, but if they needed the information, they have to collect it some way.
To kind of add on to what Dr. Cantalupo's sharing, one of the things and notes I put as we talked about this is we need functionality that has the ability to change as our needs change. And one of the things that Mr. Dugan and I have talked about is how do we pull in and make sure that we're documenting parental signatures on different forms. I mean, as simple as field trips, but once we begin to open that can of worms, it can get really deep, really fast, or really big, really fast, I should say. And to have something that has the ability to deliver a form that a parent can fill out, complete for their individual child, digitally sign, and then they also not only have a record of it, but the school has a record of it. And because it's all natively integrated, an icon can show up in a teacher's grade book that identifies the unique needs of that student or permissions of that student based on that form that's filled out. It just makes sense.
So just to contrast that with what we just had to do with the climate survey, because we don't have this type of system right now, and we have climate surveys going out because of the parental rights statutes. We wanted to be very careful and have a parent opt out if they didn't want their child to complete the form. So in vast contrast to the ease of what Joe was talking about, we had to set up a opt-out form, put the student survey out on the internet, on our website, direct them, have a community engagement call to direct them to the websites if they wanted to opt out. Then we had to pull the data from the opt-out data, bring it down to Osprey to integrate with our Active Directory. So our Active Directory would then know, hey, we're not going to put that out on available to those students. They can't log in. So just that little process there, it seems kind of easy, is a little web of about 7 or 8 people talking to each other to figure out how that's done and then do the work. So, but there's no need for that. I mean, we have platforms out there that we can leverage with this kind of thing.
And to be clear, to take it down to Osprey, there is an IT office in the Osprey area.
Oh yeah, we just didn't send it down there.
Well, and so Mrs. Rose brought up a good point to me earlier when she said, "What's PCI?" I'm making sure that things are clear to our viewing community as well. So Osprey is a building where
a lot of very smart IT staff that helped us solve this problem.
And before we move on from the slide, these are kind of 3 big areas that we wanted to just kind of point out that are really overlap these 2 systems: state reporting from a funding perspective and just reporting to the state, both on the staff and student side. the forms and digital signature we talked about. Unified communications is important because, as Mr. Maniglia and all of us have talked about, there are a variety of avenues that need to be communicated to in our community, our staff, our students and parents, but also the community as a whole, and all of that overlaps these. Professional learning that's taking place, obviously the evaluation, then analytics and dashboards. If we have this native data, how do we present it and provide it to our staff and empower them to make meaningful decisions that help move the needle, as kind of going back to before?
Dr. Foster?
Yeah, I just wanted to comment a little bit more on some of the systems and what we're having to do from an HR lens, just because I just came from, the HR department, and some of the changes not only impact the department because we have a lot of things that are taking significant time. For example, we just made a change regarding the board report, but that was taking our salary specialists, I would say on average, one day out of the month. If you combine the time to manually maintain that board report before we were able to work with the program to then be able to create the formula to get it into a digital format. And a lot of things we just went over to switching to digital records. But in doing that, a lot of the things we're doing is we're actually printing stuff, scanning it, and then putting it back into, so we were scanning or printing things to put manually. Now we're scanning them to put into these digital records. We have things, I'll just use FMLA as an example. When an employee goes to submit that they're going to be on leave, we're manually printing something out, signing it, and then scanning it to get it back into the system, where there are lots of systems out there that allow for the form just to be directly online from start to finish, which I think will save our employees a significant amount of time. I think what they will see on their end is not only a cost and time savings from the people that are working in these departments, but I think across the board with our employees. And I think we're one of the last districts to do this, so I just think that the change with some of the things that you shared will make a tremendous difference.
It's always good to have really clear examples of that, because it's literally hundreds of hours collectively across the district and the schools tabulating data where they don't need to. I mean, take dashboards. It's always been, and those of you that here have worked with us, we got dashboards up and running under George and James for our wonderful, wonderful programmers. And some of the system that we're looking at has built in, we don't, I don't know, 50 plus, 100 plus dashboards. So people know we have similar needs. And since these platforms or vendors are looking to meet those needs, it's not only us, they've talked to districts all over. So we, as Joe said, we benefit from collaborative thinking across the state.
Right. And thank you, Dr. Foster, for sharing that specific example. I think we could fill your day with specific examples across various departments and schools. We'll save you from that, from all of those today with that. So going back to Dr. Canalupo referencing the research before and the work that Mr. Chamberlain and Mr. Nokar have done across the state, here is jumping right into the SIS.
I think this one, especially the student information system, it's so powerful to me. And I think you'll see. So on the left, you'll see this is the comparison of the vendors across the state in use by district, and that's all 67 districts. You can see that gray bar takes over pretty much. And then on the right, it's comparing the percentage of vendors with similar sized districts above 30K and below 100K. And the obvious system that's in use is a system called Focus. It's in more than half of the districts, followed by, I believe it's Skyward.
Yes.
And since we've learned this, and since this was put together, because we've been doing this over the months, we recently know that more districts have moved over to Focus. We do know that people left Skyward to go to Focus over this time. And I think Joe has alluded to this, but I can't, and if I brought Lori Stafford in here, I think she'd be the one that would clearly paint the picture for you that how important it is not to be the only district on one system in the state. Because Focus has really kind of taken over the market in here. Any legislative changes that happen with our existing system, Lori and others will, Rodney, have to sit there and make sure that all the legislative changes are in our existing system. It's not as if our existing system watches the state of Florida with all of their changes and then implements them ahead of time. But we do know, after investigating this platform, that Focus does for the most part, because all of these districts depend on it. Similarly, there seems to be a clear leader on the ERP side, a little bit more variance on the right chart when you look at districts above 30K and below 100K. But clearly, Skyward takes over in this realm, in the ERP side. So you probably are saying, well, why doesn't Focus take over on this side? So that we have one platform across. And, that would be wonderful in a day in the life. We would hope that that would have happened. But that's why the importance of research. Really talking to folks, these gentlemen and Joe and myself, talking even to the owner of Focus about their emphasis. And Focus's emphasis is SIP, SIS. It's the Student Information System. That's clearly where they put their buck. ERP is something that Skyward seems to have placed their emphasis. So there are two prevailing systems now. It is split between where these two big vendors have, cornered the market in Florida. And we see some Focus folks, districts that have begun to use Focus switching over to Skyward. So there's clearly a delineation.
The other player, what I'll say in the ERP market that is making a strong case in Florida right now is Power School, and we're beginning to see their market share jumping up there as well. The two, ERP solutions that we've been, no pun intended, focused on are Skyward and Power School. In those regards, and working with HR and the finance and staff, because they each look at it from a slightly different perspective. And so how do we find the best solution that meets everyone's needs as we continue kind of that conversation?
So back to the SIS system a bit. So it's one thing to do research. It's one thing to see it on slides. It's one thing, to have vendors come in and present to you, because they can always present their best face forward. But we wanted to have especially our technical teams, kind of get hands-on into this a little bit. What does it look like? So we sort of did a mini pilot last year when we got the ESSER dollars. There was no way to track attendance at intervention programs with our existing ESD, because that attendance platform is doing attendance in school. It's not doing it after school. So with the help of a wonderful employee that we have who actually worked for Focus at one time, he helped us put together this attendance and intervention tracking for Jumpstart. And if you don't know what Jumpstart is, that's what we called our intervention programs, Jumpstart. And schools got money to run these programs after school for intervention. So we started tracking the attendance at these programs. Are they actually working? Are we getting kids to come? So that was one, and that's Dustin who did that, Dustin Lambert. I like to give them plugs because they work hard on these things. Elementary scheduler, Lori Stafford, realized that and the best way we can talk about this is when you were in elementary school or your elementary staff have the pink and blue cards and they're sorting which kids are going into what classroom, right? We still and they have little, I used to run an exercise like that with new leaders, using different data sources, what's the best fit with what child, with what teacher. I think people in education know exactly that process. Well, now, 2023, that can be done digitally. So we are experimenting with that and our elementary principals love it. And then, of course, Focus has been the solution and I don't know what year they went to it, but they're at STC now. They're using Focus and have been as their student information system. And then, of course, Joe, myself, key staff have gone to conferences, talked to other districts, and then we have our own little technical PLCs.
So there's a lot on the slide that I want to really kind of go through and dig into. So if you'll kind of bear with me as we go through this. One of the things that as we've been doing this research, we've said kind of like, okay, so there is a cost of change. Besides the actual licensing cost, there's costs of change. But if we're going to do this, what would be the budgetary ask in all of this? And what we have begun to unravel or realize very quickly is there's actually a potential significant cost savings by going to Focus as a single student information system solution. And we just kind of wanted to lay that out for you here. So what the table on the left represents, in essence, where our district currently sits with licensing costs and required solutions that have to be in place. One of the things that I do want to point out is any analytics and dashboards that we're doing now, we are developing in-house ourselves out of our own data sets that are there. On the right side would be if Focus, we went with all of the various modules in Focus. And I want to kind of come back to that thought process later on, but as we go through this, one of the things, and Dr. Cantalupo said it earlier, about the native data integration. By having native data integration, we have the opportunity for significantly better customer service for our parents. And what I mean by that is, in a single portal, first, that's where new parents to the district would actually initially register their kids or their students. And what that means is they, by default now, have a portal account to begin with. Right now, that is not the way we handle it, and therefore we are going through, we're asking parents to sign up for a registration process, and then after they've completed registration, they need to sign up for a portal, because they're separate systems that are there. By having this begin at the very beginning, now the following year, so later this week, the district's going to be emailing all parents in the district their SNAP codes, which is what we call the re-registration codes. Separate system again. They're going to do a separate email. It is the same system as registration, but separate from the portal. In addition to that as well, when we go through the school choice process, also a separate system. If we were on Focus, it would be one portal that you would log into initially to register. You would, when you logged in to check your weekly grades of your students or attendance or whatever, anything else, when re-registration window was open, a notification would pop up, it's time to re-register. You could dismiss it at the time, or you could immediately go in. When the school choice window is open, notification can be put right there. It's the same interface for parents. In addition to that, we were talking about form completion before, whether it's field trips, whether it's opting in or opting out. These forms all live within that same portal as well. So when I'm logging in to do everything else, I can complete those forms, sign them, have record of them all that are in there as well. If we chose, and so Form Builder is just part of the Focus solution. That's why it's highlighted as kind of a yellowish orange. There are separate solutions that we as a district could look to implement if we stayed the track we're on. But what that means is it adds another row to the left slide, and we don't know what the costs are. It would depend on what that is. The shopping cart is something we don't have implemented right now. It is a module that's available in Focus. We don't have to implement it. It's $1 a student to do that. But for $1 a student, what great convenience and customer service we're providing for our families at a relatively low cost when we look at our district's overall budget that are there. We get closer to kind of a one-stop shop for parents, right? There's a reason that Super Targets and Walmart and Super Walmarts and all that are successful in our country. People like convenience that are there. In addition to that, the grade book for teachers is built off of, would be built off this same student information system. So it becomes more than a place just to enter grades. The dashboard that teachers log into initially, we can put messaging as a district, Principals can put messaging. There can be calendars of events, professional learning opportunities. In addition to that, we can choose specific student data dashboards that are readily visible to teachers as they log in. And then the student information system as a whole, that is probably the smallest group of overall users in our district if we go from parents to teachers to the SIS, but it is a significantly more robust and easier tool. I would tell you that for years, our student information staff and state reporting staff have envily, is that the word? Looked at,
Been envious.
looked at with great envy districts that are on Focus because they see how much easier their lives are, especially when they go to state conferences and find out how other districts are handling things, and then we have to come back and figure out that. A couple specific topics I did want to point out. The mass communication line item that you see up here is definitely one that needs further discussion, and we've been in research and meetings with the communications department, Mr. Maniglia, because of how it overlaps between ERP and SIS, and where the mass communication aspect of the student information system that is available through Focus meets a certain area, it may not meet all areas. And as we're going through that, that would be something that we would want to continue to look at, especially as we narrowed in a more clear choice for an ERP solution. In addition to that, the SSS module that's there, that is one that the student services team has brought up. There is a solution through the state that is available that is worthy of conversation, especially when you look at a cost perspective and the number of districts that are using it. And the reason I bring that one up is it provides a strong, it potentially, I should say, provides a strong rationale for a potential one-off instead of a list of one-offs that you see on the left-hand side. So all in that, you see the opportunity for significant annual cost savings, better solutions, and actually providing staff opportunity to be focused on the things they should be focused on, as opposed to being focused on the things of keeping systems up and running.
No pun intended.
No.
I want to say one thing about this because it's the way sort of reality always sets in, because this is a big change. If we go down here, it's obviously a big change. There would be some startup. These are licensing that we're talking about here. I want to make that very clear. It doesn't include training and additional startup. Now, I'm not saying that if we negotiated with Focus that there wouldn't be training. That would be part of the contract. I am sure of, absolutely sure of. However, there's other additional training and startup costs, as Jared calls them, the Murphys. You know, you don't know what you don't know until you start into the middle of this. But that's why the research and the stakeholder feedback is super important as we go along. So, but most of those are one-time costs as you transition over. I mean, you'd still have training, but not like you would at the beginning. And I say that because Joe's going to talk now about timing and and how we go forward with this. And just because of working with the ESSER dollars for the last couple of years, there is a lifetime for those. They will end by September 2024. So a transition of this magnitude would require some sort of consultation, probably temporary consultants. One, like, for example, we thought of was our wonderful Dawn Stout, who left us. We even talked to her, and now she's on public TV. But you know, somebody of that magnitude who knows our system so well that maybe we could bring back for a very short time to consult. And that's also one-time fees. So given that ESSER dollars will also have a lifetime or an ending date in 2024, that is something that perhaps we could look at as we went forward, because that would not be recurring costs.
So as we kind of have these conversations, we need to then begin to say, well, what does this mean? And so what we wanted to do is provide some potential possible timelines and things for the board to discuss and look at as we go through here. Part of these things are you have to work backwards. And especially for the student information system, a student information system has to be fully ready to begin to go live, if you will, January of any year, because that's when master scheduling starts at the high school level for the following year. And you're really building your coming school year starting in January. And so working backwards from that January date, we would need to be in contract with Focus by really the end of this month. I mean, I'm just 1,000% transparency. First meeting in May, that is truly the drop dead date. I mean, I'm just laying all my negotiating cards out on the table here, and but really, ideally, it would be the next board meeting in April that we would be coming to you with a contract that we would have worked with Focus on to begin to put all of the pieces together that need to get us to that date. If the first board meeting in May comes and goes, then this conversation's on hold for a year, which means all of the work that could be done to move the district forward is a year. It's just kind of the reality of where we're at with these things.
I just want to stop and just say one thing about that too, because it's all about the timing. It's the timing for the role of how we do our work year round. That's what's so important here. So that's why he's saying January. But it's not as if we would start making these changes in all these different modules at the same time. This is a stepwise, very strategically planned process. So I think we take it as a step at a time. But because of scheduling, which is sort of the tipping point where we'd have to start there, that's why we're pushing that hard. We don't.
In working backwards from that, it puts us to that date.
Of April.
Kind of big picture with the ERP and would be that we would look to have a contract with them in October. Kind of now getting a little more into the nitty-gritty. This shows you that blue line is really the data integration and work that's happening all behind the scenes to get ready for that go live for master scheduling in January, the various modules, and then beginning training at the school levels for the various components on the SIS side. On the ERP, you'll see that over these next several months, Vladdy and Jared will be spearheading, obviously with the support of Dr. Cantalupo, myself, and Ms. Linda Seibel, working with the HR, finance, budget, purchasing, all of those departments to help clearly identify what a appropriate new ERP solution would be, to then begin the work that has us taking us to the completion of that. And once again, these are possible timelines. We do have some hard dates that decisions would have to be made by. So last slide, change. That's a big one. Are we ready for it? And if so, these are kind of the two big asks coming out of here or next steps. So that was a lot.
Yeah, it's a lot to absorb. Believe me, we've been talking about it for a couple of months, so we're not expecting you to get it in a few minutes. But I think that we're trying to provide a compelling case, especially for the SIS system at this time because of that deadline. And then, of course, the continued investigation into the ERP system. How do we want to proceed from there? So we welcome questions, thoughts. Go away,
Well,
Denise and Joe.
People do actually, they listened attentively. So I've got Mr. Enos up first.
I only have one question. I mean, obviously, the Commodore 64 that we're currently using, but I know that, Joe, you have at your house still. Obviously, that, when I hear that, my Ford out there can send me an email at any time and then send it to the dealer, to the service, to schedule an appointment, or basically I just have to show up, and includes a rental car, for us not to be able to even integrate a form, and 10 people have to drive it to Osprey to enter it, to get to another spot, to enter it, to get to. I think that sheds a lot of light for the staff and everybody to understand that why, you ask for all this data, that it takes so long to get, because you're basically recreating the wheel every single time that you're using it. The only question that I have in this is, obviously, both of you are super, super intelligent and when it comes to all this stuff, and I appreciate all the legwork that you put into this. My only question would be is, I see that focus obviously is SIS, which is the main thing, but I just want to make sure you have comfortability, because I see that in the ERP, it's totally to that other company, and it's still limited. So do you feel comfortable that the focus piece on the ERP is going to take care of the needs that we have as a district?
I think, and Joe, you can answer and please contribute. I think that we're not comfortable with the focus side on the ERP piece. We are more comfortable looking at Skyward and just more investigation into that, because it has to be the clear, we feel, and I think Ms. Penner and Dr. Foster would agree, there has to be, at least on the ERP side, the business system and the HR system has to integrate. That's the way we do business here, and in all districts. Now, does it necessarily have to be exactly the same as the student information side? No, it doesn't. There would take some integration, but we have the decision, do we go to a system that we're not feeling comfortable with just because it's strong on the SIS side, or do we look for a system that really supports HR, really supports business, people are comfortable with, and we know that many districts have this type of setup. It would be that one. So that's why we're actually pulling back a little bit on that and continuing our investigation on the ERP piece.
And to add to Dr. Canalupo, many districts across the state have a different solution than SIS and ERP. There are a few that have the same, and we are one of those few, and then we are truly the only one that has ESD. The ERP, seeing the momentum that Power School has made on the ERP side in the state of Florida is why one of the big reasons that Vladdy and Jared are taking the time to fully investigate Power School's complement of solutions on ERP in addition to Skyward's. In talking with my counterparts across the state that have Focus as their ERP, they're like, meh. Like it's. I mean, it meets the needs, but there's nothing along the same conversation on the student information side.
But we can have two systems, and one that runs that, one that runs that.
Correct.
Completely.
So we can get the two best.
Correct.
It just didn't have to be. That's what I'm getting. It doesn't have to be one across the board. It sounds like Focus, obviously, for the SIS, and then the other one you're still looking at to bring us a contract.
And if Focus was close on the other side, we may have to say, well, we can deal with these types of gaps, but we're not seeing it that way. We've actually sat in and watched quite a bit about it at conferences, and they're just not there.
No, and the reality is, while we have ESD as the same name in the two systems we have right now, they actually run on completely separate servers and completely separate databases. We have in my mind, there are we would have similar data integrations that we have now with Focus and an alternative ERP that we do with ESD. With our SIS and our ERP now.
Thank you.
Mrs. Rose.
Thank you. If I understand you correctly, it was a great presentation. You're ready to move forward with the student information system and using Focus and still doing your due diligence for our remaining systems, and I fully support moving forward with technology. We have to stay as on the cusp of it as possible and zero to minimal gaps. Right. So I fully support your momentum.
Thank you.
I would say, Ms. Rose, as we prepared for this presentation, as someone who personally lived through the struggles of ESD, we figured you would understand as well as anybody.
Fully. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Marinelli.
Thank you. Well, you have my support because my eyeballs rolled back in my head when you look at that chart, and when we had the early warning, the college readiness, 504, MTSS, all that under student services, and trying to work with you guys and come up with something. And here we are still talking about it. And I've been retired 7.5 years. That's pretty sad. So I think we do. It has to be addressed. And because I know using it as a counselor and as an administrator, well, I was bugging out all the time because nothing aligned. Attendance, everything that, all about kids, and nothing aligned. So I most certainly support it.
Thank you.
We have to move forward.
Thank you. Dr. Foster.
First of all, I want to congratulate the team. I know Dr. Cantalupo and Mr. Binswanger and Jared and Vladi have spent an incredible amount of time working on researching the different programs and meeting with our staff to really try to figure out what are the best programs to service all of our needs. Just want to talk a little bit about the ERP, and I know we're continuing to research that a little bit more. I think, that area continues to develop quite significantly right now. There's a lot out there, and it's kind of a territory that some of these businesses are really exploring on how to kind of enhance the program, especially in the job market that we're in. There's some incredible resources that kind of tag team on that as far as we have job postings, et cetera, and getting it out to the community. I know working with finance, I think one of the goals is to make sure whatever we decide that the HR and business system are aligned, because we go back and forth quite a bit. There's a lot that comes from the budget to HR, and then we hire, and then we, process, pay, and then it goes back to payroll. So lots of things going back and forth between the two departments. So I think we're fully committed to try to land on one program to make that happen. And so we have pushed that back a little bit to continue to explore. But I know one thing that we have discussed quite extensively is to try to still go ahead, and maybe it's a little bit delayed and a little bit behind the SIS system that we are implementing both at the same time. So, the timeline pushes back the ERP system potentially just starting in maybe October, November, but with the idea that we're not waiting for the SIS to finish before we get the ERP up and running, because we do want to have the state-of-the-art systems, and the state-of-the-art systems are going to help us across the board with everything that we do from a time efficiency standpoint and what we're able to do with the information that's presented. So just kind of wanted to share that information and kind of look forward to where we land with that. I know I had the opportunity to go down, and I was able to see what's happening in some other districts, and it's really neat to see some of these programs in the work, and working, and how they're working and what the impact is. So
Thank you. Mr. Edwards.
Thank you. I have a couple of questions, but one is, I know that we did a lot of other systems just recently, Schoology, and I know we're talking front office and back office. I get that delineation. Do they talk at all? Is there integration?
It just makes me smile and kind of chuckle to myself. So here is, yes.
I'm glad.
And here's why. Here's why I say that. When we talk about return on investment and efficiencies of systems and all of those type of things, if we were on focus as our student information system, our data integration timeline would have been half a day to have Schoology implemented. Instead, it was a month and a half.
Well,
that's kind of the short answer, and they're different. But when you're working with a major player in that market, when we meet with vendors now and are looking at different ideas and things, the first question they always ask, who's your student information system? And my answer always is, you're not going to have heard of them. It's Educational Solution Development. We're one of one in the state. And they're like, oh, well, I'm sure we can do something. And they're like, you're not on focus? And we're like, no, well, if you were, we already have the API built for that.
Well, that's perfect that you lead me into the next question, because we're so far behind. I'm concerned that when we finally catch up, that there's going to be yet another generation. And where my concern is, and in asking this question, is that everyone, of course, is talking about AI and what all of those, what that new generation is going to do to technology for all of us. Have you not only looked into, we need to be there, but what is their R&D departments doing? Where are they at, and what are they talking about? Because I don't want to get there and then find out the other 65 districts changed, 18 months from now, and that we're still chasing after the state of the art. So I'm asking that question to find out. Speaking of being competitive, we have to be on the front end of that.
Well, and so this is one of those times that the advantage of the activities that I do in the non-work hours is to our benefit as a district. As the sitting president of the Florida Association of Educational Data Systems, and having the opportunity to talk with my counterparts across the state, and especially our FADES board. No one is leaving Focus for an alternative solution in the state of Florida at this time. If anything, the developers at Focus have very clear roadmaps of where they're going. Now, I'm not going to sit here and have somebody pull back the tape 12 months from now because, you know, the next great disruptor in the world of technology has come out, and they're like, well, Joe, why didn't you know about that? What I can tell you right now, Mr. Edwards, is that's not on anybody's radar, that there's this upstart young Bill Gates or Steve Jobs out there that has this next great thing that's ready to take off. The other thing that I would say, especially in the realm of student information systems, is they are a lot like battleships on the open ocean. They take time to turn across the board, and much of that is because it's legislatively driven and how those things are handled. So it'll be interesting to see how AI begins to play into that. What I would anticipate is AI will be more about providing data and findings to teachers that help drive instruction based out of the data that's in the student information system, but not necessarily the student information system itself.
Say one more thing about Focus with that. We've had extensive conversations with the owner of Focus, as well as the owner of other companies. But this particular, what is he, 13 years old, developer of this company has progressed very quickly. And one of the things I like talking to him about is what he comes to us, as well as others, about what's next. So he's researching the open market, too, to find out what is the next thing. One of the things I know I've had extensive conversations with him about is our evaluation systems. You know, we don't have a common evaluation system in Florida in terms of the student growth or the qualitative part, but that's easier to fix than it is the student growth piece, how we have to measure growth on teachers. So we've had long talks about it. He's been very interested into it. So I think the ear is open. So if that's just a personal kind of anecdote, that I believe that they are on the forefront. But I am going to follow up on that question. I think it's a really good one and something that I want to hear what they're thinking about.
Yeah, I appreciate that, Joe. I'm glad to hear that you're involved with that association. That gives me comfort that you do have an ear to the ground and you are paying attention to what the whole state is doing. I'm confident that your structure in terms of when to integrate and when to replace and all of that seamless work that has to happen, because it can't all happen at once. But I would stress looking at where we are going or where they are going, because I think that if I were Focus, I would have a fair amount of my profit dollars invested in R&D, and I would like to know what that is and what they're looking at, so that you can start thinking about where are we going to need to be, so that we're not playing this catch-up game. The last piece that I would just wanted to ask about is, I know this is operational. It's still somehow going to affect the teachers in some capacity. The last time we had a conversation about Schoology, people were concerned, are we stressing the teachers out? They're going through this process. Are we going to manage that? I know the answer is yes, but I just want somebody to say it.
So if I may, Dr. Canalupo, what I'd like to do is leverage the success that we've had with the Schoology implementation as a concrete example to you of, yes, as the husband of a teacher. Mr. Chamberlain is also the husband of a teacher. Mr. Nokar is the father of a student who has teachers. Kidding aside, Dr. Canalupo is out of that business for now in terms of having kids or relatives.
But it is important because, you're going to have a rough life at home if this doesn't work, and and I'll remind you of that.
That is a reality. But, one of the true reasons I appreciate working so closely with Dr. Canalupo is she and I both share the same value that our decisions are, and I'll use this term I used during our Schoology conversations, are anchored in teacher feedback, because that is where the work is really done. we can have all these conversations about back-end systems and all that stuff, and all of that makes a difference and complements it. But at the end of the day, it always has been and always will be anchored in teacher work. And that is one of the reasons that I enjoy working with Dr. Caleb.
Well, it's the research piece, going back to that constant feedback. It's like progress monitoring, just like with kids, going back to the teacher group, any of the users group, and say, what is the issue? And the one thing I love about working with these departments, we're all very close. We've worked together for a long time. Our programmers, the Rodneys, the Lori Butters, all of these pieces are very integrated. We're like a little family, so we have conversations, very real conversations every week, especially when we're doing something new. Like this year it was testing, how do they feel out there? We had folks going out, Christy and Todd Alexander, to all of the schools to get their feedback. Can we run the system? How will we knew technically we could run it. That wasn't the problem. The problem is, are the teachers feeling comfortable? Do they understand how to do it? Do our TSPs know how to use these systems? So I think that's a big part of moving forward, is that constant feedback and and not just ignoring it, addressing it one by one so we don't hear it from, before it gets out of control, so that we could recognize what the issue is and take a step back if we have to. So that's part of the plan going forward. And believe me, we don't need any grief in that area, so we're going to try to head it off at the pass.
Yeah, absolutely.
But there will be Murphys. I will say that. I will always say that. There'll be things we didn't expect, but we'll try to address them in a timely fashion.
And sort of to steal a line from the financial industries, past performance does not automatically mean future performance, right? And so we never want to rest on our laurels with any of that. We want to be purposeful in what we're doing. And to kind of your point with the R&D of the system, we also want to make sure that our training and our approach are meeting the needs of our teachers as we move forward, not just what we thought they were in the past.
So I'm excited because I know we need to innovate. All the reasons that you've explained. I know that we've had conversations as well about this. Similar to what Mr. Edwards said, there are elements, and that we'd spoken about this, try to set this up for success. We can't predict every single thing, but trying to think 5 steps ahead of where there may be potential concerns so we can answer those on the front end, not in the back end. I don't know what all those are, but I know that the timeline is somewhat tight. So, and I could probably get with you offline just because I want to think through that. It just helps and saves time for everyone and staff so we can move ahead and be front facing with any concerns. We looked at this, because I think we can relatively anticipate what those concerns would be, and making sure we're prepared. Not even wait for the question to be asked, just outline that. And I think that is a good faith effort to try to have full visibility, just like as Tom mentioned with our staff, knowing that bandwidth is a concern, knowing when we're talking about any kind of massive data platform that we're just being thoughtful about all of the various concerns out there. Even though I know I am the one who pushes so hard, but I have this phone in my hand, so I know that that's the reality. But I want to set everyone up for success, because there's no doubt we have to upgrade. So can I just without going through all of those nuances, the timeline again, if I understood correctly, is that we would be having this come back to us in the next board meeting for contracts? Okay, well, I'm going to have to meet with you in the next week. So I just want to be thoughtful to that. And so when it's presented to the board on that meeting, I'll try to brainstorm, and if you can do the same, just because we've had large adoptions of different platforms. Similar concerns come up every time. I just want to make sure we've really peeled back that onion, and sometimes we won't know every single thing, but we can certainly address and highlight what we know and what we don't know.
Well, and in looking forward to those conversations, one of the questions that I have asked some of my peers across the state that I know have Focus implemented and have had some of the same concerns brought up in their districts across the state, has any of that centered around anything related to Focus or anything like that? And the answer has been no to date. Now, I don't know what's going to come out in the next news cycle and all of those kind of things.
The hardest thing about platforms and databases, because they are ever changing on their platform. And so it's not that we have staff sitting there vetting and looking at all of those things all the time. I mean, it's just these massive, it's just hard. And so that's why I feel like being proactive of saying we know these are concerns from all of our various stakeholders, and whatever they may be, we want to evaluate them or try to consider them at the front end. Of course, we can't guarantee we've looked at every single thing, but I do think for all of the various stakeholders and the various concerns, if we can do a good faith effort of trying to address that on the front end, I think it's it's a win-win, as Karen likes to say.
Totally agree with that thought, because I'm always wondering what they're going to think or what they're going to say, but we're trying to be strategic about it, going first and being very transparent.
Yeah, of
This
course.
is what we're
No, of
changing
course.
first, and this is what's second. And we actually had sort of a kind of hard discussion with all of our IT supervisors and choice and so forth, saying, okay,
Yeah.
we all want this. We all say that we want this, but
What could go wrong, as Mr. Edwards likes to say.
and also, guys and girls, it's going to be long hours. This is a rough change.
Yeah.
So just let's all be on board. And every one of those supervisors said, we need to go. Let's go. So I felt a lot better after that, because we know we have the internal support of the people that are going to really look at behind the scenes. And now we have to go forward with managing the change process from our stakeholders.
No, listen, there is no question an organization the size of ours to be working on having
Some of it's really
the payroll,
comical.
that's a part that just boggles my brain still to this day, but there's a lot. And so yes, I'm excited to see us move to the 21st century. No, just kidding. And I'll get with you guys offline just again,
Wonderful.
and for anyone listening, because that's our intent, is to look at from all the stakeholders what the pain points will be and how can we address them as proactively as possible. So. Unless there are any other additional comments, we're going to take a really quick break.
Thank you very much for listening.
Break.
Thank you.
All right, 10-minute break. We'll get back at 12:43. And then we'll zoom through the last couple things so we have a break for lunch. All right, we are back. We are going to get moving here. We're a little about 15 minutes behind, but I think we can catch up and then give our board a opportunity to have something to eat before a 3 o'clock meeting. So moving on, we have the Financial Advisory Committee with Mrs. Penner, and then we'll move right into the Audit Committee.
Hello again.
Hello.
So in your packets, the items that were attached to this agenda item, you should have a copy of the Financial Advisory Committee operating procedures. And I'd kind of like for us, if we could just take a second or two to go through those and see if this is first the way the board would like to operate. And then as we get to the discussion over vacancies on the committee, we are in need to replenish and would like to know how that needs to happen and see if we can proceed with, again, getting the committee back up to its full membership. So you can see we've got a purpose. The primary purpose, there's no statutory requirement for this committee. This committee is set forth. The one requirement is through the operating the referendum dollars, our 1 mil referendum, which says that there will be a financial oversight committee. So that was the purpose of this committee in its original intent, or as it was set up. It has been, a committee that has provided oversight to the total operations of the school district. And I think that those bullets within the purpose allude to that I added these that are in, if yours is in color, the first one to review and provide input on financial issues that that impact or may impact the current and projected financial health of the school district. So I added that just simply because as I looked throughout the state, other school districts tend to use this committee as a sounding board, as a way that there is community involvement and understanding of the overall financial processes and transactions of the district, and sort of helps get the board, get the community and the board some, I hate to say feel good, but just some understanding and because I think we're doing things the right way, I'm assuming that we'll have this committee that will also agree that we are doing things as needed, and we can just get the extra support for those. So, yes.
So I have a couple things. So just the top one, you have a note on, is the board satisfied with this remaining a procedure? Or should we create a policy? I think we should create a policy once we get this drafted up. So that's one.
Thank you. Forgot of that.
Yep. Two, I think that added review and provide input on financial issues that impact or may impact the current and projected financial health of the school board. I think we should put as needed and agreed upon by the board.
Okay.
But I think that works because historically, while it is dictated under our voted referendum language, we have utilized the Financial Advisory Board as a sounding board for large financial decisions. I know I used the example of the self-insured health insurance fund. Am I saying that right? That doesn't sound right. But I think that gives a broad overview, but I do think it should be as needed, so it's not we're willy-nilly adding them, and then it should be upon an agreement in accordance with the agreement of the board, so that we give direction to that, because it's a board-sanctioned committee.
Perfect.
Then the other one, and then if anyone other has any comments, the last change you have is reporting to the school board members at a public meeting annually to include its findings on the spending of the referendum revenue and any other financial topics.
And that could change to the board. So there's always a report that has been, so again, I was just adding to incorporate that top step. So if we can change this to and any other financial topic
Requested by
the board.
Mm-hmm.
Perfect.
Are there any other comments or questions on the number one purpose? No. Okay. Moving on to structure.
So this is the currently just the vacancies on the committee shall be filled using the following procedures, and pretty much it's a nomination process that happens through the committee. As you likely see through the audit selection committee, the policy indicates that each board member will appoint, in accordance with their term of office, appoint someone to the committee, whereas this one has again, recommendations to the board as a whole based on an initial vetting by the committee. So that's, again, part of what started us looking at committees was we were trying to replenish where we had
Right.
lost some committee members.
So this has been an issue for a while. I mean, I don't want to say issue, and I see Mrs. Truitt back there, thank you, who has been so amazingly gracious with her
Wonderful.
time as a volunteer and chair for many years, many years. So I appreciate that. And so actually, I welcome any feedback you may have, having served on it. My one part was that over the years, I've seen us have a fair amount of vacancies ebb and flow. And one of my thoughts was it's a 5-member board. If we had each, and again, we have to think when we're writing these, it's not about these board members here, it's the governing body, the seats, not the individuals. But I think a recommendation would be to have that it consists of 10 members, each of whom shall serve for 4 years, aligned to the school board members' offices, so that it's almost like a district, but they don't have to live in the district. They just be appointed by, we would align it to the seat, the district seat. And the reason I say that is it would have to be, it's almost more procedural, but it would align to 1 through 5, the district. So if someone in District 1 retired, didn't want to do it anymore, moved, whatever it is, then there would be a vacancy in District 1. Then the board member in District 1 would bring forward that name, and then through a motion of the board would be adopted. It would be a little bit more ceremonial, but certainly a board member, if they didn't really want that person to be there, I guess they could vote against it. But I think it makes more sense so then it's really aligned to kind of push, so there won't be vacancies, because it's right now. How do we get to that point is a little bit of a question, but that would be something I might recommend. I see Karen up here, and then love to hear from Mrs. Truitt. Go ahead.
Let's let Ms. Truitt go first, please.
I was just going to add some comments, really observations about recruiting for the committee, having sat on the committee for 7 years. And
how many years have you sat on this committee?
I've been on the committee seven years.
7 years.
And I've only been the chair for 2, and I tried to get John Craner nominated chair for life, but he just wouldn't do it. So the number, the 10 people on the committee, that's actually fluctuated over the time that I've been on it. It's been 8, 7. So, and Mitzi Corcoran, when we had trouble getting to 10, she suggested reducing it, and we said, let's leave it at 10. So I don't think the 10 number is written in stone if the board chooses to change that. We have asked, over time, we have asked for recommendations from the board, a prior board, for candidates for the committee, and there, maybe there's been a miscommunication issue, but we don't get anything back. So sometimes we get out of our swim lane a little bit, and we come up with our own recommendations and come to the board. And then the other thing I would say is it really does, and thinking about the people who have come on the Financial Advisory Committee over time, and some don't stay, is that some people come with an agenda for change. And that person really should run for the school board. And when they realize that how we have in the past interpreted advisory or oversight as really at the 10,000-foot level, they decided it's really not for them. The other issue that we struggle with is that we only meet 4 times a year. Maybe we ought to meet a little more. But someone new to the school board and new to this process, it takes a while to ramp up to understand that. I can say the first year I sat on that committee, I didn't have an understanding. I've been there 7 years. I'm still learning. So I just add that to the context of what you're talking about.
No, there was one more thing that you'd asked, or you'd mentioned. I'm sorry. There was one thing you'd mentioned that, and I got distracted. So is it? You said that the board will request things, and then the advisory committee would bring something back to us, and you guys never hear back.
Well, yeah.
And I just want to make sure we get the process right. That wasn't to.
Yeah. So when we a couple of years ago we added 4 members. In the meantime, we lost 4 members, but we didn't know that was happening, and so we added 4 members, and it was really. I had gone back to our agendas, and for 2 years, everything was, we had recruitment on the agenda, but nothing happened. And I'm a kind of person, I can't wait anymore. I'm going to take action. And so we started asking everyone, submit us some candidates. I thought that that request came up to the board, but I don't know for sure. But we didn't get anything back.
Oh no, yeah, I don't think so. But we'll make sure we have. But these are good. But these are good for us to.
Yeah, because you've always
dot
had
the I's and cross the T's to make sure we have good workflows. I feel like I'm.
Yeah,
using
and
that
that
word
the
a lot
communication,
lately.
the communication is good. As you'll see on here, as Bonnie's pointed out, you've always had the opportunity to nominate people, and some of the candidates have been nominated from the superintendent, a past superintendent.
Okay, Mrs. Rose, you had a question.
I just wanted to say that I agree with the chair's proposal that because it is a committee that represents the school board, that we have the opportunity to nominate someone, and notwithstanding that to come to you, the chair or any member, and ask for input in our nomination, and or do you have any ideas that we could collaborate on. But I would like to see it come from the board, and I think that for purposes of accountability, that it does go with the each one of the 5 school board seats, so it objectifies it, and it isn't about the person sitting in the seat. We would need to look at, I think there's automatic renewals that perhaps wouldn't exist if it's going to a 4-year term. And is there consideration, if indeed it is the will of the board members to proceed with this proposal, that the nominations are voted on by the whole board, or is it simply the nomination goes?
Well, Mr. Edwards, I have a response, but I'll get Mr. Edwards.
I'm open to the discussion of what Mrs. Rose just said, but I also want to thank Ms. Truitt for your service. I know it's been turbulent at best the last couple of years, and you've stuck it out, and you're still here, and I'm grateful for that. That's number one. You're sitting next to one of the best instructors of school board finance. And I would tell you that we need to have, this is my suggestion, we should have a little mini crash course on school board accounting, school board finance for all members that join the team. I don't know how to do that. I know that I thought I could read spreadsheets and then I took the FSBA financial courses, and it's a whole other world. And I think that's part of what you mentioned in terms of it takes a long time to understand what anyone's talking about. So I don't know how to do that time efficient so it's not a 2-day course like I've been through, or a 4-day course, but how to kind of give an overview of so that the appointees are more productive to the board sooner than later, because I don't want, and they probably want to be more productive to the board sooner than later. So I would suggest that we incorporate some, and I think it should be in the policy so that if none of us are here, that kind of piece perpetuates itself.
Yeah.
So that's my 2 cents on that piece.
Okay.
Yeah, if I could just add to that, when I came on the committee, there was a robust orientation, which really helped me. And then when we added the most recent 4 people, it was right, near the end of COVID, and it just didn't seem like good timing for that. So what we started doing is spending a little more time on each of the big ticket items, the budget, the operating budget, the capital budget, how the referendum dollars are spent, so that new members wouldn't feel quite so alienated about the information. But I can't say it's been successful.
Well, who did the orientation initially?
Oh, gosh.
Was it Mitzi? Was it CFO?
Yes. Well, Mitzi's office coordinated it, but it was some of it were school-based, and it was larger than just our committee. It was more about school operations,
Right.
School finance, school capital, school operations. It was a 4 or 5 separate sessions.
Yeah, I think it was very similar to what we did for, and may still do, with school board incoming candidates or newly elected, when they're, I think we do it for all candidates, and so it's a very similar. It's an overview of the operations, but taking those notes, because I think that's a really good point. Having that included, where again the goal being the cyclical nature of it. So as soon as you have, and because of the staggered way in which this board has new re-election as far as refilling those seats. It's 3 and 2, so you'll have the institutional knowledge, assuming they're not running for the hills, where you don't have all new board members at one time. But I just have found that there's been, there'll be I think last year or something, it was we had 5 or so vacancies and we had no idea. And so there's a little bit of ownership, I think, even for the individuals who sit in these seats as that representative who's appointed, that if their member retires or quits or moves or whatever, that then the process would be that board aligned to that district seat, they bring it forward. But my personal opinion would be that while it's ceremonial, I don't want to ever put any future board member or current in a situation where they are forced to vote for someone that they don't, for whatever reason. I mean, there could be, and if there's not a majority of people, then that individual board member, whoever they put forward, I guess arguably has to find someone else. I'm open to different thoughts on that, but I mean, I think in order for it to be a board sanction, that does require action by the board to kind of approve the nomination of that, and that, that's, you can't force anyone to vote a specific way, so there is that risk. But that would be my just ceremonial, procedurally. Go ahead.
What about that we establish a criteria of what makes a good committee member, and then the committee tries to fulfill the criteria, and then it's not up to the board, it's up to the committee to find their colleagues. Is that helpful?
Well, it's helpful if you think that when we came to you in July and asked for these positions to be filled, we tried to do that. We listed some criteria, and that may or may not be the criteria to move forward with. But I think if the board's interested in appointing people, develop some criteria, maybe you use what we did as a basis, which is that this is oversight. We try to stay at 10,000 feet and look at the movement of the success of students and student achievement. And we don't want to get down in the weeds. So if you come to that committee and you want Bonnie to bring every spreadsheet and account for every penny, it's probably the wrong committee.
Yeah, that's right.
And so that's
for a
what, and that, I'm not sure that that's clear to people who have expressed an interest in it. So that's why we did this criteria, and if you're interested in it, Bonnie can send it to you, and we can certainly come up with something that's workable.
So here's my thought, and again, for the sake of time, it sounds like, and I welcome any other board members, so the alignment with the appointments being tied to the district seats, the board seats, and that term be aligned with those individual board seat terms. adding a part of their I was going to say inauguration, but can't think of the right word, orientation, that there be a financial orientation or a district orientation that aligns with the new onboarding of the members. And then maybe, and that we could just draft this up and bring it back. And I know we can't do this forever. I want to kind of get it as close to the posture that it could be in, but perhaps we could include the recommendations, the characteristics that you had put forward as recommendations, as criteria for the board. Again, this is a long-term document that hopefully doesn't have to be continuously revised so that it will supersede just us, but that way that we have those conditions that are recommended criteria for good committee members.
Yeah.
And that can be a guiding document for those coming forward. The final question that I would have, and then I welcome again anyone comments or changes, just so we can keep moving here, is what was I going to say? Oh, with those changes, being thoughtful about the current board, I'm not looking to oust them personally. I think we could easily align it, however, to get it kind of working in that motion forward so it aligns to the policy. And Ms. Penner, if you could get us a list of that, and then maybe in a one-on-one we can divvy up however that works, so that at least if we're going to amend the policy, alternatively we'd be replacing all of that. I'm not seeking to do that, but to get it in the right posture where there would be action taken that would align to District 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then they would have some vacancies. So Dr. Foster.
So I just have a question. So when you recommend, let's just say your two candidates, are you saying that they need to reside in your district, or they can reside anywhere?
They can reside anywhere. It's just that anywhere in Sarasota. I was just lining it up to the seat just for simplicity purposes.
Okay, so maybe when we look at the 6, we could just, for starting points, just to find out which district they're in and see if that, maybe we could, I think you have 6, so we could kind of figure out, so that, yeah, we'll work on that.
But in that way, and I think from a policy language, there was the vacancies on the committee shall be filled. Okay, so we'll tweak the vacancy procedures.
Yes.
Right? And then the chief financial officer of the district shall serve as a non-voting advisor. Yeah, that sounds good.
I wasn't there.
You weren't? Did they throw you in there?
I guess, yeah. I wasn't invited to the meeting.
That's funny. And then the meeting, Mrs. Truitt, the date, the shall meet on the first Wednesday. Is that? Do you think that is that?
I think it's fine. It did actually, I don't know how Thursday got in there, to tell you the truth, and it works better for Bonnie's schedule this year. We also moved our start time to 8:30 just because 8 seemed hard for some members to get there. The other thing I would suggest, of the 6 people who are there, as you're going through your consideration for additional members, is ask who wants to stay.
Yeah, okay.
Because we have a couple of members, I'll tell you, that they just haven't been active, and so I don't know that.
No, of course, that's great feedback.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
And to your point about the meeting times and all, I think we'll just, in the board policy.
Thank you. That's where I was going with that.
General that, may, the 4 months, and then we'll keep that a little more.
Yeah, I would. Yeah, just because seeing that it's a policy, I want to give the flexibility for the date and time, but just the frequency really would be the only thing I think needs to be in there, as far as meeting once a quarter at a minimum.
Yeah, and I've, sometimes I wonder if we should meet 6 times a year versus 4 times a year, because it keeps us in the loop a little bit longer. It's a little easier, because sometimes things come and go before the board and I'll just use the example when the board readopted impact fees. I don't know, was it last year or the year before? Because we had been asked to weigh in on impact fees a couple times before. We were waiting for them to come to us. and then suddenly they're gone.
Oh, my goodness.
So, and I was told that there just wasn't time to do it, and so
Well, I think, again, I think that the way I would recommend, and again, I welcome any feedback, I'm just trying to move us along, the meetings frequency would just be at a minimum.
yeah.
But I think that the volunteer committee should be empowered to, if you see that there's a necessity to meet more frequently to tackle whatever has been assigned, I think that I certainly, I don't have an objection to that. Mrs. Rose and then Mr. Edwards.
Thank you. I'm looking for clarification. I understand that we're at board appointed by based on just getting started of where using districts, but not requiring them in the future as far as getting them aligned to board seats. But once those nominations are made, is that a vote by all 5 board members, or do those nominations stand?
I would
That's the
say
part.
I think it would be an action in totality.
Okay.
Again, I'm just thinking off
Just
the cuff here, but I think Mrs. Truitt's point's well taken, and Mrs. Penner or whoever you feel is most appropriate to check in with them and see if they want to stay. And then we would assess what that vacancy looks like or how they'd like to proceed. Was that your only question?
Yes, thank you.
And then Mr. Edwards.
What I really like that you want to meet more often, and it does create continuity, so that you're not relearning, what that whole thing is all about. I think I'm hearing also that we're underutilizing this great committee that wants to be more service-minded, particularly from the financial side of things, and I think we should, and this goes back to the dashboard conversation that I've had multiple times, so that we put on a dashboard that they're invited into a workshop on a systemic kind of way to come in, and even if it's for a 15-minute, this is what we've been working on, these are our areas of concern, so that we are utilizing you and can also task you to look at certain things that the board or board members think are important issues to have a deeper dive with or have the community involvement. So I would try to wordsmith that into your policy writing of how to leverage this volunteer board to be more effective for board members.
Are there any other comments? Do you need any other items?
No, I will, as quickly as possible, try to draft a policy so that we can get that in line and reach out to the committee members. And then we can possibly discuss assigning the committee members that remain, who wants to pick one up, and see if we can, I would love it if we could, because I know the policy is going to take a little bit of time.
You think? Yeah.
I was
like, I thought we got through all the items, so it would make it easier.
The approval process is not quick, and you notice we have another meeting in May. So I would love to be able to have a meeting in May. If it's the folks that remain, that's wonderful.
Yes.
If it's some new appointees, I would love that as well.
Yeah, I don't know. Well, I think that you guys need to meet regardless, so you can have that, and then whatever any additional direction. Well, that goes through the policymaking process. If there's something we need, and you need to because it's board sanctioned, we need to have like a one-off. Then just let us know what that is, and we'll.
Okay, very good.
Mrs. Marinelli.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to make sure if indeed there are other responsibilities that we don't lose sight of what the original purpose of the committee was, and that was the overseeing of the referendum dollars. To me, that's critical, that they are used the way that we presented to the public. That's what I need more from you, Pam, because I trust you. We've known each other for many, many, many years, and it's like those referendum dollars were specific, and we need to stick with that and not do things that were not meant to be used And if you see that happening, you need to bring that to our attention.
Well, thank you for the compliment. We do go back a few years. I don't think I had gray hair when I first met you.
I didn't either.
But and you raise a point, which is some of the board members who are new may not remember. Regretfully, I haven't been before you in more than a year to give the Financial Advisory Committee report. But at the last time I was here, which is in June 2021, we discussed a process of, at the board level, the decision-making process you would go through to decide when to use referendum dollars, because right now there's not one. And so that would be very helpful, I think, for it to be transparent in terms of what makes this, why are we going to use referendum dollars for this when there are perhaps other choices to be made? And because the voters approve this, it's a strategic decision for you. And I think that that's actually the whole reason why the Financial Advisory Committee was set up, is just to make sure that it didn't become a fund that didn't have importance. And so I still think that's important for the board to do.
Mrs. Rose.
Thank you, and I too wanted to recognize and thank you, Mrs. Truitt, for all of your volunteer work and diligence, and you are well respected in the community, which makes us look very good with you chairing that, and appreciate it. I want to reinforce the focus on the referendum and the transparency of what we've committed to, not just through a process and ongoing, but originally what we committed to, and what that continues to look like. For example, with pre-kindergarten, the voluntary pre-kindergarten that's being looked at right now is being funded through COVID relief dollars, which end in a year. And there was a dialogue about having the referendum pay for voluntary pre-kindergarten, and I am probably one of the strongest proponents of voluntary pre-kindergarten and wrapping our arms around that. However, I am not in favor of using referendum dollars. I see referendum dollars as one individual going back to our original focus, and that's being able to pay the highest quality teachers, have the support of school counselors for students to be able to learn successfully in the classroom, and then the actual arts who have been the strongest advocates and supporters of the referendum, because it allows our schools to reflect the culture of Sarasota County, which is the arts. So I want to reemphasize the focus on the referendum, and then as I feel like that we have had dialogue about that, everything in addition to that is something that we've asked the Financial Advisory Committee to get involved with, and that if we're asking you to be built into a presentation to us at least once during the school year, it would be on those referendum dollars, and the rest of it would be where the will of the board went, and asking for more feedback and or as things come up.
Sounds good. Good.
Thank
All
you
right.
very-
Thank you again. Really, I'm very, very, very appreciative of your generous time that you have put forward for us. So,
Well, thank you. It's a pleasure to be here.
thank you. Then moving to the audit committee, I know one of the main action items is we need a chair. Not it. So. We can nominate. I don't want to nominate somebody that I don't know if they want to do it, but if I'm going to nominate Mrs. Rose, if you'd like to, but we'd have to do this in the formal action at the end of the meeting. But if you don't want to, other board members can step forward.
I'm
Says vice chair.
fine with that, if that is the proposal of the chair. I'm surprised, but I'm fine.
I can't talk to you otherwise. Sorry.
Well, that's why I'm surprised, because we can't talk.
But if there are, I mean, unless there's a further discussion, I know there's additional items, but I know that was the main thing. We didn't have a chair. That would require action at the board meeting. Am I correct, Mr. Duggan? So.
And seats to fill that become vacant, is it possible to follow the same
That would be my
procedures that we just did with the Financial Advisory Committee, given that it's once again representing the board? Food for thought.
Yeah. You should just copy this. C.
Do we have vacancies?
Mm-hmm. We
Okay.
have. Is, oh my goodness. So there's only 2 people on it right now? I see. Yeah, so I would say, so for the next board meeting, we would have an action item to nominate and vote on the chair. We would need an alternate also, just to have that cleared up, so in the event she's not available. Then the second part would be that, so District 1 and 2 are current, but I understand I was reelected, so that's what I see what you're saying. So action would be taken on District 1, 4, and 5. So those board members would, Mr. Edwards, did you appoint anyone to the audit? You did? Okay, I couldn't remember. Okay. Oh. So then for the same meeting, it'll be either reappointing or appointing a new person for 1, 4, and 5. Is that correct?
And just another piece of the policy indicates that one of the appointees should be a CPA, which
Mr. Pender was, yeah, 5.
But I think Mr. Robinson is also a CPA.
He is a CPA.
We have to worry about that. We can just hang our hats on him being a CPA, and the more we have, that would be fine, but that won't limit your choices.
Okay. That only makes it 6 members, though. Committee will be.
There are still 5. It's just the policy says that of the 5, 1 needs to.
No, it says the committee will be comprised of 7 members.
Because 5 appointees, the chair.
6.
And then additionally, the chief financial officer shall be an advisory capacity. So that's the way it has operated, that there are 5 appointees, one of which.
Okay.
So really 6 voting members, and then
You're the tiebreaker.
well, I'm not, I'm advisory.
That's right. I'm afraid.
Sit back and watch.
Okay.
I mean, if that's something the board would like to change, that would be fine.
No, it's fine. Works for me. Are there any other items on this one? Well, hopefully C, you can just take C and put that on Financial Advisory Committee. Just use that language. Yes. Make it. Absolutely. Okay. All right. So are there any comments on Audit Committee? Okay. None? None? Very good. Thank you, Mrs. Penner, very much. Then we're going to move to our Sarasota Suncoast Academy renewal. Dr. Cantalupo and Miss Wheeler.
Yeah, we have some, this one just died.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Thank you again for having me, and have Millie Wheeler with me, Supervisor of Charter and Choice. Today, we're here to talk about the charter renewal process. Our goal is to really provide a refresher on how we do charter renewals and that process that we go through, and then to really to seek input on how the board feels and would like to go forward in this process, and in particularly looking at state statute as it refers to high-performing charters. Millie will go over the process we currently use, but if you could just keep in the back of your mind whether with highly qualified charters, high-performance charters, is that something you want to continue having them present? So that's something we're seeking your answer on. So Millie, you want to take us through the process of how we typically do this?
All right.
Oh, where's our?
Can you start it at least? There we go. All right. I can click once it's up there. All right. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for having us today. As Dr. Cantalupo mentioned, I'm just going to give a broad bird's eye view of the process for charter review. As you can see, it starts with the school letting us know that they intend to renew their charter, and then they submit to our team a comprehensive renewal application. Our team does site visits, and we obviously work with the Charter Review Committee to look at all of the components of the data that we've collected during the terms of that charter, and then whatever they've provided to us in the application. And sometimes that does require other members of the Charter Review Committee going out and doing site visits as well. Now with everything being so digital, we can really monitor everything in real time, much easier than maybe we have been able to in the past. Current process, as I understand, and I am still fairly new in this position, but as I understand it has always been that the charter that is seeking renewal will also come and present to the board their wish and sort of why they feel like they should be renewed. And then, of course, you vote, and then we go into contract negotiations.
So I'd like to take a second to delineate all charter renewals, and then Millie's going to walk us through what it would be like, a little bit different criteria for high-performing charters. So, and you have this in front of you in your read ahead, so I won't read every word, but basically they have to have received a school grade or A or a B in the most recent graded year, and that, if that is the case, there are specified conditions and other specified conditions. It must receive a 15-year renewal. And remember, these laws have changed over time, but this is the latest statute as we know it. In order to non-renew or terminate a charter, it must be under deteriorating financial condition or financial emergency. There used to be something called other good cause shown that is no longer grounds for the termination or non-renewal of a charter. And a charter that receives a school grade lower than a B in the most graded school year and has met other terms or conditions must be granted no less than a 5-year charter renewal.
So that's the general overview for terms of renewal. And then specifically in regards to high-performing charter schools, which we have several of, the state defines that as they've received at least 2 grades of an A and no grades below a B for the last 3 years, and basically that they are in good financial standing. And then with that status, they are authorized to do certain things above and beyond what a traditional charter school can do. And I know that the writing is a little smaller there, but basically they can increase their capacity, and they can, they have to support things less or report things to us less often. They can consolidate. But the biggest piece here is that they can receive a modification to their charter if they so choose to that 15-year, which is really in alignment with the piece in the other statute about if they have an A or a B, they shall be granted that 15-year charter. So we do have, out of our currently 13, soon to be 14 charter schools, we have 6 that are considered high performing, and they are listed here for you. The one that we are currently working with is Sarasota Suncoast Academy. Technically, their contract is up until next year, but per their request, we have worked with them to review that contract early for 2 reasons. 1, they're having a change of leadership, and 2, they are looking to secure loans to build a building. Right now, most of their campus is in all portables, and they're looking to have a permanent structure on their grounds. In order to do that 15-year contract will help secure those funds. So Sarasota Suncoast Academy has been one of our charter partners for many years, as I'm sure you know. And the question is, in renewing this, we wanted to present to the board a chance to review the charter renewal process and gather input from you all and how you would like to see this move forward. As our charters grow and as statute changes and as we have new staff in and new board members in, we just thought it was a good time to reflect on the current process and gather feedback. So here's where we are, and this is where we're looking for feedback. We have, with Sarasota Suncoast in particular, we have received their application. The CRC team has reviewed it. We have gone out. We have done site visits. And so the real question is with these high-performing charters, given the scope of all of the new things that are coming on all of you guys' plates and the limited amount of workshop time, is this still something you all want to see? Do you want all of the charters to come in and provide their presentation? Or would it be the preference of the board that you are only looking at the charters that are not high performing? So our last charter that did come in, we know that they had some academic performance struggles, and we certainly understand that we wanted them to come and account for those things and discuss their plan for improvement. And we are happy to work with you all in whatever your preferences would be. We just wanted to give you a chance to ask any questions you might have about the process and provide feedback on what works best for you all.
And it doesn't have to be an all or none. It may be something in between. So you may have a non-high performing charter do maybe a longer presentation or have detailed information that you want from them that we could certainly provide. Or maybe a highly qualified charter would just come in and do a very brief overview or just give you time. We don't want to ask you to spend your time going over things that we would have to approve basically by statute anyway. So that's why we're back, to see how you would like to do this in the future.
Mrs. Marinelli?
Thank you. I have, first off, I am not anti-charter. I support them. I like our local charters. But I find it, that our hands are tied by the legislation, and I have no control over that, nor do I want to get into that aspect of it, because I, as a elected official, have to follow that. I would like to hear from our charters. I don't want a big presentation, but maybe 15 minutes, especially when we know there's going to be a change in leadership. Steve Crump's been the principal of, the Suncoast, a long time, because I was on that committee when it was approved. But that would be the will of the board, because I know we are short on time in workshops. But I don't want to have them come in just to feel like they've got to, because the outcome's not going to really be any different. But I think that's our only chance as a board to really get to see who the leader is of the school, because it's, even though they're part of the public school system, they really operate on their own. So they're not like the traditional public school, and we have the opportunity to see that. So those are my feelings. But I'll do the will of the board of how they feel about it. So
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Enos.
Yes, I think that, I like your recommendation, is that they come in with a 15-minute overview. We receive the materials in advance just to see what they're doing, their projects, their things, their overall grading and scores. It's an opportunity to meet them, to have them also have an exchange in case there's something that needs to be addressed or something that could be in there, as well as then those that are outside of that high performance. I think then that they would come in, we'd have a presentation similar to SSIS, and then keep that consistent.
Okay.
Mrs. Rose.
I'm very much interested in getting input from both of you in this process, Dr. Cantalupo. I have to continue, and I'm just one voice, focusing in on, I'd like to see us wrap our arms around the academic achievement that we can provide significant oversight for. And I like what you're doing today. If that's a high performing, that you're giving us an overview. If it's not a high performing, I'm most interested in what we're doing to support them. And if there's any presentations that it is calendar wise, that we are fully understanding where our schools are from an academic achievement standpoint, the curriculum, the resources, the transparency of that data, all of those pieces. I feel like between that and the budget pieces and the things that we have to prioritize, I'm not willing to put in-depth charter presentations into that doesn't change the outcome. However, if it's a low-performing charter, before I got a presentation from them, I would look to see what we're doing with our curriculum departments and such to support them as is happening naturally. That's my 2 cents.
Thank you. Dr. Foster?
Just kind of hearing some of the feedback here and trying to kind of define what we want to do, bringing things forward. I think a couple of things just to keep in mind. One, I think high performing, how the state defines it, is often not quite as we define high performing. And so that's just something, to keep in mind. And I think the other thing is the students, although, we don't have direct control over what's happening at the school site. They have their own board and in each charter school, that the students are still part of our school grade. And so just, to kind of keep that information, as we look, and we're looking to increase student achievement, and we're looking at specific key categories, I'm just, in trying to define as they do bring forth, because it sounds like even a short presentation by SSA and potentially other charters, then what information would be helpful as we move forward as far as what we can do.
Thank you. Mr. Edwards?
Yes, when I was in my one-on-one with Dr. Foster, we talked about what is the actual statutory responsibility that we have in terms of oversight with charters. And the answer I got back is we have less authority, but the same responsibility. So we still have the oversight component that we are obligated by statute to perform. So I think that it's fair to say we'd like to have it in a condensed version, but the other piece of it from a transparency standpoint for the one that you were talking about, I have a letter here that I received about some of the financial accounting processes that they have, and I know we've as board members, I think we've gotten some emails regarding that, and I think it has to do with the fact that they're connected to a church and how the funds go back and forth. And the last thing I think any of us want is some sort of problem from the state that we didn't live up to our responsibility. So I would rather err on the side of caution to make sure that that you can rapidly do that, as much of that groundwork for us as possible, but then bring us issues like this one that perhaps we dove into their finances, we looked into those particular things, and we've given it a clean bill of health. That, I think, is, from a board member's perspective, what I would be most interested in, is making sure that I've lived up to my obligation. Unlike SSIS, which to me, their academic instruction was problematic, and when those young people came to our schools, so how do we fix that problem? So it's really hard to give you an answer other than, from my perspective, as much of what you can take off of our plate, that would be awesome. But the ones that really are concerning, because the students are so key in our responsibilities and our oversight, is really what I'm looking for in terms of presentation and, quite frankly, workshop time.
Thank you. Mrs. Rose.
Thank you, and I just wanted to reinforce that I was saying the same thing. If your staff could do that groundwork, and that it isn't unfolding in the boardroom, but I want to also significantly reinforce what Dr. Foster is saying, that the students in every charter are part of our school accountability grade, and it was a pet peeve of mine as executive director of middle schools that I'm accountable for them without being accountable for them. So I do want to reinforce that perhaps we get updates from the superintendent periodically in the form of a few minutes, and or your department in conjunction with the curriculum department and professional development, that we are giving access to all of our resources, because I'm not sure that we've always done that. Where we're opening up our professional development to the principals of the charter schools. I know that there was a time when charter school principals came to my principals' meetings, and then there was a time when they didn't. But given that we are responsible for the end product, it is part of our school grade as a county. I would like the board to consider that the charter school administrators and the charter school teachers have access to everything that we are doing. It only, as I like to say, win-win. It's a win for the students, for their teachers and administration to have access to our resources, and it's also a win for the administrators and us as well as a district. So that's where I'm looking for affirmation, if it's the will of the board, that those resources are opened up. I mean, we're offering capital dollars, referendum dollars. Why wouldn't we offer professional development through principals meetings, et cetera, et cetera? And then if there is, that you are diligently monitoring the financial pieces, and likewise, but there are things that we can't control in the legislature designating approval, and there are things that we have significant ability to impact with our resources.
Very good.
So just to summarize and get back to the resources piece a little bit, I think that it's sort of a differentiated approach when we know that they're high performing and we don't see any financial issues, as we did have that letter, and that we wanted, and it's part of what spurred this whole conversation, so that we would take a differentiated approach. If it's something to provide some information, but we would still have for every charter a time, even if it's 10 or 15 minutes when they're renewing, if they're high, this is how I'm reading it, tell me if I'm wrong, we would still have a placeholder. They would come, give them guidelines about what to present, and mostly stressing academic achievement. But we wouldn't have a long hour-and-a-half presentation from them. If, however, they are underperforming or we see any financial issues, when they go to renew, we would certainly address them. And that's how that happens in the charter review process. When we have representation from all of the different departments studying this, we would certainly determine if that was so. And in reference to that letter, it is very challenging, because we, as far as our review and what we're required to do, we don't see any anomalies. And the finance looked carefully at that. However, it was disturbing to, and we, at first, this is the first one I've ever received, so we did talk to Patrick, and we talked to finance, and we looked at it carefully. But that's something that if they came, you can certainly ask them more about that. So I think that's what I'm walking away with that. And in terms of resources, I know we make available many things. However, they often choose their own things to purchase and buy. And if in terms of licensing for certain products, we have to be careful. They do pay sometimes. Like, for example, some of them, since we use iReady, or this is just an example, many of them are on iReady. I think there's only very few that may not be, and they use something else, but we do try to include them in that arena. In terms of PD at a higher level, that we'd have to talk to different departments about that.
I think that's a big one.
Mm-hmm.
And access to principals meetings. And again, I'm one board member speaking, but any impact we can have.
Mrs. Marinelli.
Thank you. And I think, in the past, we did invite people, and because the charters have their own systems, a lot of them, as long as we invite, they can come or not come. Some have come, some don't come. We always invited the counselors to our counselors' meetings. Some came, some didn't, because they do their own thing. So I think it's always best to open it up. I don't know how many would come, because, they like their own autonomy, even though they have the same standards as far as grades and the accountability, but how they go about. So I'm not opposed, but I want to reiterate, I only want like 15 minutes. I don't want this whole thing.
I want to say, though, in terms of having them come on board, for example, in the assessment arena, we strongly, if not very close to mandate that they come to our trainings, because of it's complicated and we need to know that they're on board with it. In IT trainings, registrar trainings, well, they're on our student information system, so they're included in all of that. And Millie hosts a charter school meeting typically once a month, and we have representations from the other departments also coming. So, in fact, I guess it's the 11th, we're going to have a charter school workshop for the dollars that they have been allocated, because we're responsible to give them partial pieces of the grants. So they'll be coming so that we can ensure they're spending them in an allowable fashion. So we do try as much as possible, but there could always be a continued discussion about that.
Mr. Enos.
And just to bring it up, due to the terrible tragedy that happened in Nashville, and that was a private school, if I would just, if you can, during your thing, if you would make sure that, it covers their state statute in reference to threat assessment and the different things that the mental health assessments that they are required by law to have law enforcement on there, is just to make sure that they're in compliance. Because while as the chief of police, we did get occasionally a few requests to sit in. But that I know that, we need to make sure, especially in this time of day, that the charter schools that I would say that are compliant in regarding to the safety aspects of Marjorie Stoneman Douglas, which I know they have been, as well as, and I know that sometimes their guardians switch out. But we need to make sure that as you do your assessment, I would just request that, especially when it comes to mental health threat assessment, that they do have some challenges there, that they're compliant. Because I think that's also within what our responsibility would be, is to make sure that they're in compliance with the law as it relates to that too.
Yes, sir. We work closely with safety and security and student services. They're probably at every charter school principal meeting we have. And so I take your feedback and I hear you, and I think they're very good at it. In fact, almost every time they're doing a threat assessment, they call and loop our office in, and we work with them. So very important point. And they do have access to PD. We will take your feedback on some of the other things, and certainly look at that. I think it's great feedback. And I do want to clarify two things. One, it is in statute that if a charter school is low performing, so they earn a D or an F in their school grade, that they are required to come and present before the board as to how they got there and what their school improvement plan is to move the needle forward. So that will certainly happen. We will continue to make that happen, not just during the renewal process, but at any point in time in which we have a low-performing charter school. And the other piece is, I just wanted to be clear, is that we have a very good relationship with all of our charter partners, and this is by no means them asking not to come. This is by just us checking in with you all. They are more than willing to partner with us on almost anything that we ask of them, and I just wanted to make that very clear.
Very good. I have Dr. Foster and then Mr. Edwards.
I just wanted to share the part of the realignment, which I know we'll discuss in an upcoming meeting, with moving to the K-8 North and K-8 South, also allowed those executive directors to have a little bit more of a connection with the charter schools in addition to the traditional schools, and starting to really bridge that gap. Because as we look at all the students, we do want to make sure that all of the students, whatever school they're attending within our school district, that they have the access to programs, et cetera, that they need so that they're showing those academic gains. So more to come on that as we continue to discuss the realignment.
Thank you. Mr. Edwards.
Thank you. I did know you you have those meetings. I think that's great. And I wouldn't need like it on a monthly basis, but I would love maybe 4 times a year just to know a little bit about what transpired in the meetings, who's showing up. It wouldn't, again, need to be a 5-page document. A paragraph would work.
Absolutely.
So do you have the direction? I mean, I think it sounds like it's going to depend, but all right. Yep. Very good.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate
Thank you very much. All right, moving on. We are 8 minutes behind, but 9 minutes. I do need to clear this up just so from a timing standpoint, usually we need to be out of here by 2 o'clock for them to set up. So we have a 3 o'clock meeting. There was a memo that said we had executive session today, but then I was told, so I just need to clear that up so I know timing. Do we have an executive session after the workshop today? I can't hear you.
Public hearing.
Just a public hearing. Okay. Well, no, there was just an email that said alternate. Okay, that's where I wanted to clear that up. Okay. Members' comments and assignments. Mr. Edwards.
I'm good at this time.
Okay. Mr. Eno stepped away. Mrs. Marinelli.
Just to let you know that Mrs. Jackalone and I are meeting tomorrow to just go over the interagency agreements. Okay. We were all given them as a board member, but I have to say, I want to remind people that the interagency agreements are with our not-for-profit. And looking at them so far, they really are providing the service people a lot of services, counseling services to not only our students, but their families. So I'm anxious to talk with Ms. Jackalone more in depth because they are newer to me, and I think I would like to give a positive report so I can anything to alleviate some of the misconceptions out there about the interagency agreements. I would like to do so. I'll have more to report on that after I meet with her tomorrow.
Perfect. Dr. Foster, do we have that on the workshop for next month?
Yeah, we have it on the April.
It is April. Okay.
Well, no, actually, we had moved it because we were moving it to a discussion topic, but we can bring it back if you'd like.
No, I just remembered. I'll circle back with you. I just want to make sure. Okay, very good. Anything else? Mrs. Rose.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to bring up 2 pieces. The voluntary pre-kindergarten, there's been a few emails and not completely all the information. I'm not sure that the public is aware that the voluntary pre-kindergarten classes that I think there's roughly 100 and Dr. Foster, 70 students, I'm thinking, that are in.
Yeah, this year we have 176 with a projection of 196
students. The challenge that has surfaced is those pre-kindergarten classrooms have been funded through what are called ESSER dollars, which are COVID relief dollars that are ending. And the thought that has been considered or was considered was moving that funding over to referendum, and that's something that has to be discussed. I think my input on referendum dollars alone are focusing in on teacher pay, that it was the original intent for quality teachers to recruit and maintain, as well as school counselors and the arts community. So I'm not sure that the community is aware that that was not sustainable funding for that program. So I think that's an important piece to be aware of. And second, and extraordinarily important, is the safety and security piece. We do regularly meet an executive session with our chief and his department expertise on where we've been and where we're going, and that is an ongoing piece of looking at best practices that isn't always open to the public for security reasons, but is transpiring in executive session. And when individual families or a parent or a community member has questions or concerns, we are certainly connecting them with the interim superintendent, Dr. Foster, or the chief of police, or whoever is the best person or collectively to communicate with that individual. So I wanted to make certain that the community is aware that that is a constant assessment and conversation of this board. Thank you.
Thank you. I have Mr. Edwards and then Mr. Enos. You returned. So, Mr. Edwards?
Thank you. I need some clarification from the chair. Mrs. Rose just made comments, member comments. And I don't know if that requires discussion. I know, like, for example, last board meeting, you had a member comment regarding Vermillion, not really an agenda item that, in my estimation, is where discussion happens. So what I need, because a couple of things that Ms. Rose made in her comment, I would think need more clarification and more discussion, which would be an agenda item, not a member comment. So I need guidance as to how you're proceeding with what you anticipate or what you expect from a member comment.
You can bring up items that you have to discuss, or an assignment or project that you wanted to bring forward.
And what is different about when I said I wanted an agenda item regarding affordable housing, or an agenda item regarding the STC hospital collaboration with Northport, and it just got moved to a member comment? So I don't understand the difference that the chair is utilizing in what member comment means, because and I could, it may be that you have this flexibility, but my particular view of how agenda items were established prior to you being the chair was that it was discussed with either the chair or the superintendent. Those then were factored into when they could become an agenda item, and then agenda items were then workshopped. So, and then they materialized as a vote for the board. And that it's maybe not codified in procedure, but for example, again, I'm going to just use this past week, or the last workshop, Vermillion was a member comment, and then it materializes as a vote. And it never really had been workshopped or discussed. So that's concerning. But two things that Mrs. Rose said that I would think need more clarification, and I don't need to comment. I would like to if it were an agenda item, is my point.
So I look at it in the aspect of the agenda when it requires, and even if you use your examples, when it's a staff item, when we're going to have staff presentation, so under the superintendent's purview, that's kind of the above. So when Dr. DePillo, for example, and that was the STC, that was on the above area, and actually had your name listed, but that was a member of staff, so that was because it's under the direction of the superintendent. And then any items that are underneath the board members, whether they're discussion or assignments, I'll use Vermillion. I brought that up as a discussion and assignment. I had supporting documentation, and the board members discussed it, and there was support by 1, 2, 3, 4 of us. I know you didn't make against per se, and then moved it forward to today, which I asked Mr. Adams to be available on Zoom, and then we can ask additional questions, and then had the item on our agenda for a placeholder. But the differential is really, does it require staff or not? I know the affordable housing was brought back up, and I believe I put it under board comments and assignments, and it was more the opportunity for a board member to bring up, and then it goes to the next stage if there's interest by more board members. Does that clarify it for you?
No, it really doesn't, because I didn't comment, for example, on Vermillion, other than my concern of it being a Hillsdale-related thing, but I didn't know that that was meant as a vote, somehow perceived as a vote. I think it even showed up in social media that you had support of board members, and that's why it was moving forward. And I think it's confusing to me. It's got to be confusing to the public because not everyone has access to your social media. And so what I'm really trying to get a handle on, I guess, is, for example, in the comments that I made a comment about why I think it was a good idea to discuss affordable housing, and then it never became an agenda item. That was just a discussion, not an agenda item. So to me, the process of having agenda items so that it can be discussed, so that we can learn from one another and share ideas and bounce, because sometimes I'll hear something that one of my fellow board members says, and I'll say, geez, I didn't think of it that way, and I change my original thought. So to have things go to discussion and to be workshopped, I think it would be less confusing to me, I think more transparent to the public. So like I said, there's two things that Mrs. Rose said that I think need more clarification, and I don't think member comments is the forum to have those kinds of discussions.
Okay, so again, it goes down to if there's an additional comment or a direction and that requires additional staff, then it would go, then as board members, I think it's to be fair and balanced for staff and the superintendent, no matter who's bringing it up. If it requires staff, it has to be something I think that, well, you're not taking a vote, but it's discussion. Clearly, there's more than three or more board members or what have you that are interested in pursuing a further conversation. Then if it requires staff time, then that would really indicate to the superintendent to bring that forward in a follow-up workshop based on our schedules.
Okay, so let's use security, for example. I mentioned in at least the last two workshops that I think it was imperative, to Mrs. Rose's point, to be in executive session. We really never talk about security issues for the public for the obvious reasons. And I asked for that twice. And fellow board members just looked at me with blank stares. The good news is we do have an executive session scheduled.
I thought so.
It's for the next not it's I think the 18th.
Coming up.
It's coming up. So it did happen, but it wasn't discussed. There was just no comment. So
that's twofold. I think that one was scheduled, then there was a change in leadership, if I'm not correct. And sorry if I'm just going back some time here. So we had a follow-up scheduled anyway. And then you raised it, and that was already coming down the pipe, and I think it came down to scheduling. So,
yeah, if I can just chime in real.
I think an executive session for security could be scheduled. I'd come in special for that.
Okay. So, and I want to be thoughtful of time here. So I'm happy to clarify anymore, but really I differentiate between staff, if it requires staff time, and staff presentations, because that is on the upper area. And that would include kind of under the purview of the superintendent because it's their staff. And then when they're general discussion, board members' comments or assignments, some require staff, some don't. And then it allows us to decide to go forward. If there's something that gets brought up here and then needs more clarification, and then we need to bring it to a further workshop discussion, we can discuss it as a board. And because I guess the goal is, well, if you see how packed our workshops are, I want to ensure that, and that's why I put it here, that every board member has the opportunity to bring forwards that are priorities to them, and then we have to kind of evaluate, is it a priority to everyone as we move forward and utilize staff time and presentation. So I hope that clarifies some things. Mr. Enos, did you have anything else?
Yeah, just real quick. In regards to my comments in regards to the latest trend that's going across the nation regarding to swatting at schools, and swatting at schools is where somebody through a voice over internet provider will contact 911 through the emergency communications center, and they'll say that there's a shooter or there's a lockdown. And I know that we've had a couple of those, as well as recently we had another lockdown in reference to somebody pushing the button. And what I was trying to get at is I just want to make sure the public knows is that there's conversations with the school police department, with the sheriff's office, with the Northport Police Department, Venice Police Department, Sarasota Police Department, that we're continually on the same page and monitoring all those things to make sure that the staff and our students and our parents are safe when they send their kids to school. I just wanted to make sure that everybody knows is that those things are debriefed, they're spoke about. We have excellent relationships with our law enforcement partners within this community because it takes all of us in order to make sure that our children are safe. Follow up on every single thing that we get that could cause harm to students. I just want to let everybody to know is that I appreciate the Sheriff's Office and our partners for everything they do, as well as our school police officers who are on site from before the bell till after the bell, and we take that extremely seriously. So thank you.
Thank you for that. Dr. Foster?
Yeah, I just want to share as well. In addition, I know we have the safety and security executive sessions scheduled. Also on the April 18th, I have added not only pre-K, but really looking at birth to age 5 and all the resources that are provided to our students and how we communicate with different agencies within Sarasota County to provide those services.
Thank you. Mr. Edwards?
So once again, I would say that the executive session that we're finally scheduling for the 18th, I think from my perspective, because I have multiple issues that I did not want to disclose publicly, that when it comes to security, that I should be able to say, we need an executive session on security, and someone responds to that, other than it's now yet 2 more weeks away. So that is why it's concerning to me that it's okay for a board member to say something, and then what happens if no one responds? Then it just gets moved on, and it's not clear to me yet. And then Dr. Foster just responded to Mrs. Rose's pre-K or VPK, and that's, my friends, one of the differentials that I wanted to point out. There are 2 programs. There is a VPK program and a pre-K program, and it's delineated by the amount of hours a day. And so for Mrs. Rose to spearhead that as a single board member without discussion, without volleying back and forth and clarification for not only each other, but is confusing. So my personal feeling is that member comments are just that. It's a comment. It's not for discussion. It's just what Mr. Eno said. This is what I want the people to know about a particular topic. It's not a workshop agenda item that is discussed like it has always been since I've been a board member and since I've watched workshop meetings before I was a board member.
Okay, so as chair, I'm going to explain this one more time. That's comments and assignments, because I think it's important that board members have the opportunity to bring up things that they want as a potential workshop. So you can bring up a comment about the sky is blue, or you can bring up something that's important to you that would require a workshop, and that's the opportunity, because you can't talk to board members in any other capacity, to bring it up there, and then it can be a priority of yours, and then we recognize that there's more board members. I'm sorry about the security piece, because that got mixed up in my mind with what was rescheduled. So that was a separate situation. But as far as if there is an issue or a concern, I use the couple of things that you had talked about, both the STC and about the affordable housing. Those are perfect examples of how they're 2 different things. And how they would be placed on there, and then how they move forward and how not. So, and that was afforded the board the opportunity to discuss as a board. Is this something we want to move forward with? Is this something not? Now, I do need to get moving because we have to get out of here. And I'm happy to bring draft policy procedures so that we have more clarity, because my intent is to afford each board member, all of them, the opportunity to bring priorities forward so that so you can raise your issues and concerns and then evaluate them as a board, so if it requires staff time. We have Mr. Adams from Vermillion. I had added that on, and yes, just to recap here, I had this on my previously under my name, and at that time had provided some background information in advance. We discussed it as a board. There were board members that reviewed it, thought it was great, so we're moving to the next step. Mr. Adams, thank you for
Point of order, Madam Chair. I need to go a little further on this member comment and procedure. I mean, just today alone, we were given backup, as was the public, regarding these two documents that was available to the public that you supplied as backup. Last night, about 9 o'clock, we received this revision, which is on my desk, which is a revision to these two documents, and the public has not had an opportunity to see the revision. So that's number one. Number two, I want to go back to the workshop on the 21st and point out that I had said to you, the backup is not available to the public. The backup I received in my packet that was delivered at home is not on the Novus agenda, and you assured me that it was.
It was.
I went back, it's still not there.
All right, here's what we're
And
doing.
so I'm just telling
Thank
you.
you. No,
And
but you know
then
what?
thirdly,
No, I'm
going to
Mr.
say, I
Edwards,
just need to
it's
finish
now my turn, and we have someone
It's not your
waiting.
turn. I have.
Actually, it is.
No, it's not. I'm
and
sorry.
we can go through other things, but we have a guest waiting here.
And that's
Then
my
you can
third point.
cover
It
other
was not
items.
noticed that Mr. Adams was going to be on this. It was not under your member comment with these documents. And the public would have wanted to be here, in my opinion. So what you have done, in my opinion, and I have checked with counsel, you are entering into a legal situation about not giving the proper notice for documentation. Back to the 21st and to Mr. Adams being on the call. I have not had a chance to prep the kinds of questions, the kinds of things that I would like to talk to him about, let alone the public being available to this. So I'm just letting you know, I would suggest that this be shut down and that it be taken off of the agenda tonight as a voting board agenda. Taken off of new business.
Okay, well, I'll go through one by one the emails when I sent things in advance and attach them to be provided for board members and public, and then bringing this forward for the opportunity for members to ask questions about something. So, Mr. Adams, thank you for your patience. I think if you want to introduce yourself, and I know that previously you had provided some information about your services and had provided that to my colleagues 2 weeks ago. And then you had presented two different options. And I said, and I wanted to give the board an opportunity to kind of get some clarity more about you and then about those two different options.
Sure. Yeah. Can everybody hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Great. Thank you. All right. Well, good afternoon. It's a pleasure to be able to speak with all of you, and I very much appreciate it. I have just a few slides that go with this that I will screen share here. All right, so yeah, as Chairwoman Ziegler pointed out, my name is Jordan Adams. I'm founder of Vermillion Education, which is an LLC dedicated to supporting public school boards. And I have a few things that I want to talk with you, share about this afternoon, namely our district improvement services, and then which consists of a study and a plan, and then board advisory services. And so to start just with the district improvement services side of things, there are a lot of folks out there, especially in the last couple of years, who have different opinions about what things are happening or not happening in schools. Some say that something is happening, another person says that it's not. Meanwhile, I'm not entirely confident that American education as a whole is necessarily moving in the right direction, especially compared to its historic achievements or those of other nations, even before the lockdowns. All the while, your first duty as a board member is to leave your district, and I would argue the educations that students are receiving in the district better off than when they first joined the board. And so in these circumstances, which can sometimes seem somewhat dramatic, Vermillion Education offers a district improvement study which is an opportunity for the community to pause, take a step back, and get a clear lay of the land. So with it, it doesn't go into terribly great detail and does not want to burden district staff and especially teachers, but Vermillion takes a high-level look at district-originated policies and practices and a select snapshot from schools with a focus on the central purpose of schools, that is academics and student formation. The board helps to determine what interests or areas of concern the study pays special attention to based on their knowledge of constituent and parent interest. And with these parameters outlined by the board, Vermillion reviews a range of materials supplied by the superintendent, in this case, Dr. Foster, and district staff in order to identify opportunities for improvement. And these may include reviews of things such as professional development firms or materials, sample lesson plans or assignments, textbook lists, sample instruction, and district discipline policies and practices. And I believe there are a couple more things that listed under the first one of those attachments there. The findings of the study are presented and published in a final report, which are then delivered to the public. Coming out of that study is we work with this bird's eye view in hand. Vermillion works alongside board members to craft a district improvement plan based on the study's findings outlined in the report. So the improvement plan outlines the positive steps the district may take in order to strengthen the academic experience and student formation that Sarasota County offers to their students. Recommended actions may include improvements that the board or district staff may make directly, or projects which independent parties may assist, including some for which Vermillion may be uniquely suited. And at this point, the board may secure other work from Vermillion or another party at a project basis to help implement different components of the plan. So the district improvement study, the report, the plan, they're all outlined in that first proposed contract. It's projected that it would span approximately 3 months, including a 3-day site visit with anticipated cost around $28,000, which is open to adjustment based on a finalized scope. The second attachment that I believe that was on there was the board advisory services from Vermillion, and this is a proposal that Vermillion Education serves as what I would call an advisor to the board. And Vermillion offers board members independent analysis based on teaching experience inside the classroom, to which the board would have 24/7 access in its efforts to improve the education offered in the district. As a board advisor, Vermillion would provide immediate reviews of newly proposed curricula, programs, policies, and contracts, analysis and recommendations of any academic-related effort the board undertakes, reviews of external candidates for district employment, including in your current superintendent search, and the vetting of potential contractors and partners, and it can also assist with communication commentary related to academics and student formation. What Vermillion offers as an advisor to the board is experience, knowledge, time, trust that allow you to follow through on your promises to the community to improve the education children receive in Sarasota County, and to do so in a partnership of respect and consensus building. This is a month-to-month contract initially proposed for 4 months, which should cover much of your superintendent search, and which may be renewed afterwards or not at the board's choosing. So that's just a couple things that I wanted to highlight at a high level. Again, I thank you for your attention and consideration of the district improvement study and the board advisory services that Vermillion has to offer. And I'd be happy to answer any questions that y'all may have. And I turn it back over to Chairwoman Ziegler.
Thank you very much. I know my concern is time. How are we on time, Craig? Close. Well, do board members have any questions for Mr. Adams at this time about any of the services or questions? My initial thought to propose was to have the initial review be done. There were two, like I said, there was like retaining services for one-off items, but having the overview and a review of a handful of things, if you look at the A through R, as he just highlighted. My goal certainly is, again, if we go back to a continuation of disruptions and things that continue to come up, and moving into the next school year, wanting to really set us up for a strong, productive school year was really my goal. I don't know if there's any other questions by board members or comments. Mrs. Marinelli?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just had one question for you. On the draft, under number 2.3, reviewing resumes and attending interviews of external candidates for administrative support staff, student support, and classroom positions. I would just like a little bit more clarification. That is just the way that's said raises a little level of concern for me, because I think that's getting into areas where we as a board don't get into. So I'm just really, I wanted some feedback, especially the classroom, because that raised a red flag for me.
Yeah, that might be, yeah.
So could you just elaborate on that, please?
Yeah, certainly. Yep. So yeah, no, it's a great question. And, you know, obviously things can be amended and adjusted as y'all see fit. The idea there, and I think, let's see, it's under 5.5 in that contract there. You know, student names will not be made available. Consultant names of faculty will not be used. Any reported information intended for sharing with the public, and the consultant will not give any recommendation on the hiring or dismissal of a candidate or current district employee.
No, I think this one is under, it's 2.3, and it says reviewing resumes and attending interviews of external candidates, administrative, and then the administrative support staff, et cetera, classroom positions. And in mine, I think I agree with Mrs. Marinelli here. But that goes well into the superintendent and probably managerial, well, definitely managerial below that. So, and certainly from anything that we would be doing that would be board up, more policy, high level contracts and curricula.
Sure.
So I'd scratch that. That's
Okay.
a good catch.
Thank you.
Yeah. Are there any other questions or comments? Oh, that was Mr. Edwards.
I just want to say that we are in legal territory because I was not noticed that I was going to have a Zoom, and I always prepare. Everyone can tell that, and it just goes to show you that just because it doesn't require a staff person to have a Zoom, I should have been noticed. It should have been backed up. It should have been available to me and to the public so I can present. I also find it fascinating because this feels like a very secret scheme. The scheme to me is that Mrs. Ziegler did not disclose that it was connected to Hillsdale College in her member comment, and not once did Mr. Adams connect himself to Hillsdale College. I will tell you that if our public knew that you were going to terminate a superintendent, if you were going to introduce Hillsdale College, if you were going to terminate Neola, if you were going to terminate Character Strong, those are in fact distractions. And your very comment about wanting to hire this group is to avoid distractions, and yet all this board has done since it's been seated is create a distraction, and none of those things are ever discussed as academic achievement.
Madam Chair, point of order. Those are not true statements, Mr. Edwards. And I'm telling you, right now, I feel like because you're singling
Please put
out,
your finger down, Mrs.
All right,
Marinelli.
no,
That's
I
the
mean,
second
both-
time
point of
you've
order,
done
both
that
of you.
to me.
I am not pointing
I
my
am not
finger
a
at you.
child, and I will
Well,
not
don't
be
act like
spoken
one
to.
then.
Mrs.
I-
Marinelli and Mr. Edwards, stop. Otherwise we're recessing and then we'll just.
My
I
apologies.
think that's a
Madam
great
Chair.
idea.
Well, I know that's your goal. And that's not how, I mean, this is just, the scheming is really on your shoulders, dear sir. Like, the amount of scheming that you're doing with all of this. And listen, you're entitled to your opinion. You can parade around with your antics. You're entitled to not support this, by all means. Your theatrics are clearly on full display, but go ahead and finish. I mean, you're making comments that are erroneous at best. But when the way it works is it was listed that we would be discussing Vermillion, and it's noticed on an agenda. Whether or not it wasn't to scheme, this was the opportunity for board members to answer questions or ask questions. So you may proceed.
But I will tell you that the documentation that you said last week was up, the public has not seen. And nor were they, and all of the information that this gentleman spoke about was not available to the public. And so what I'm trying to explain to you is that whether Mr. Duggan wants to advise you incorrectly, I have checked, and there is legal jeopardy in the fact that you did not disclose the proper documentation to the public in the 5-day notice. You
I
may
have to do a
proceed.
point of order,
You
Madam
may
Chair. This
proceed.
is so off course.
No, it's very
And
Mr. Edwards
it's inappropriate for a board member to be taking control of this meeting with personal opinions and referencing that he supersedes the legal counsel that's sitting. I would very much like to get back on task, and if Mr. Edwards wants to perpetuate his rhetoric, to do it on his own time.
Thank you. Do you have any questions for Mr. Adams?
No.
Thank you. Do any other, Mr. Enos, thank you, sorry.
Good afternoon. A couple of quick questions, just because I tried to do some research and look into the stuff. I mean, at the end of the day, I'm been law enforcement for 32 years, so I'm looking to find some consistency, some other things. So, at the end of the day, I have just like 3 questions. So, how many districts currently have you been advising, or you are involved in as it relates to this? Because ultimately, I'm just looking to see where we are as a district here.
Sure, yeah. So I'm working with a couple other districts right now in this new capacity. I've worked with boards in the past in previous employment.
And in reference to when you do the evaluation of the stuff, do you take an effect in regarding to the current legislative changes as it relates to the Florida state statutes, specifically to policy procedures?
That's right. Yes, I do.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. You mentioned, I know that you had mentioned, I'm sorry, and I don't know if I wrote it down. For the improvement study, the fee was it $28K, and that's from April to July?
That's right.
Okay.
Including a 3-day site visit.
Okay. So just to clarify some things, because some pretty strong accusations were coming through, and it's, my goal is to move us forward, to provide the board with information. I did provide Mrs. Tompkins at the former workshop in advance of our meeting. I even had the printout that showed the 2 attachments. Mr. Edwards, you said it was not available. I know that we had the printout. I don't know outside of that, but that was my intent. I know I sent it over. I know that I had to pull it for, there was contact information that needed to be changed, but to all assumptions that was still attached, I provided these when I got them, and then I do know that Mr. Duggan reviewed them yesterday and just added some language, not substantive changes. They were merely additional legalese. Am I correct, Mr. Duggan, on the contract question that I just said?
The stuff that I added was, under Florida law, there's certain contractual things that when public sector entities enter contracts that had to be in there, that things like addressing public records and sovereign immunity and things like that. So the additions that I made were to make it more compliant with Florida law and risk averse based on Florida law and Florida statutes.
Very good. I have 2 more statements. Mr. Enos, you already went. But I'll let Mrs. Rose, did you have a question? Or
A quick question.
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Adams, there seems to be a perception in our community that you are offering a curriculum, and I just want clarification. It's my understanding that you are not bringing any curriculum or ideology or of any nature into our school system. You are looking at what is in our school system that is or is not aligned to the state mandated standards and benchmarks that our students are to learn. Something I might add that we've always been required to oblige throughout my education history in our school district. So if you could please give clarification to those pieces.
Yeah, happy to do so. Yeah, I do not have any type of curriculum to promote or to suggest. This is just taking a look at what's there, and it's in consultation with the board. So if the board wants me to find something that is X, Y, and Z, I will do my best to try to identify those things and give examples of it. And if it's A, B, and C, I'll do the same thing there. So it's just a taking a look at what's there and laying that bare and making it clear for everybody.
Thank you.
Mrs. Marinelli.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And again, my apologies for my outburst.
Blame you.
Getting back to just a clarification piece on that number 2 that you had to strike out, I think then number 4 would probably be struck out too. Interviews
of candidates for positions.
I'm sorry.
Edwards, you can speak when we call you.
a chance to review the document. I didn't get it.
I'm actually, but can you understand, like, there's a normal procedural aspect of work?
Point of order, we have a chair that should be running the meeting.
Go ahead, Mrs. Marinelli.
Point of order.
I apologize. I just
that number 4.
I didn't notice that, so I think I just wanted to bring that out. But thank you. And it is very distracting when there are side conversations going on, and I don't mean any disrespect to our attorney, but I think we all should be privy to anything that is being said. Thank you.
Thank you. This has been a long morning. So my intent is to, first, I'm not condoning or do I think that Mr. Edwards' behavior should direct anything. I think that that's his intention. I do think that the campaign, with a lot of, unfortunately, misinformation out there by the community, is being directed with intention, again, to cause disruption and truly be a campaign. However, I do think it's important to make sure that because I have nothing to hide. I think this is going to be a great opportunity for this district. I'm very confident in the sunshine laws and know that this was properly noticed. I don't know about the former workshop. I know that I had sent it over. I know that would have been provided. I have no concern with putting this on the next meeting with all of the ample information. I just want to make sure that for action to be taken from a contractual standpoint. But since we have Mr. Adams here, I just want to make sure that there are no additional questions by members of the board. So no, okay, you're good. Okay. So I have no additional questions. So what I will do is we'll just reattach all of these documents with this attorney's adjustments on it for new business for the next meeting. That way there won't be any curiosities. And to all those who are coming tonight, we look forward to it. And if you want to come to the next meeting, we welcome you as well. So Mr. Adams, thank you very much. I know we have to adjourn here so we get ready for our next meeting. So thank you again.
Thank you.
You on here, or is this from?
No, I am.
Mr. Edwards.
I think it's highly irregular that the chair would accuse me of causing a distraction. That's accusations, and it's opinion. I find that Mrs. Marinelli's outburst and behavior of pointing fingers and schooling me like I'm a child is not appropriate, and that everyone on this dais seems to want to look at my direction and say that I'm inappropriate, when in fact the whole Vermillion process and the whole conversation of terminating a superintendent through this discussion of Vermillion has been nothing but a scheme. And I reject the accusations, and I reject this board's need to put this on a vote when it hadn't been properly disclosed with all of the things I've already talked about. And I'm frustrated for me personally, and I'm frustrated for our community.
May I?
By all means.
I reject you perpetuating your opinion and your perceptions, which are very much in line with your campaign, and creating the rhetoric and the divisiveness and generating fear and generating division is coming from you. And we're, each of us, if you want to do opinions, where each of us are entitled to one. And if we all focused in on academic achievement, we would bring unity. You spend every board meeting interrupting, projecting your personal opinions, your biases, and running your campaign for school board for 2024.
Excuse me. Point of order. So disgusted. If you have another outburst, we'll ask you to leave. Are you concluded? I'm sorry about
I felt the need to provide balance. It seems as if perceptions and social media and a base is being created by one board member in the community to perpetuate things that are not true. And it is destructive. And you want to talk about the destruction of school board members? In my opinion, it's all coming from you, Mr. Edwards. And I'm not going to take it from you any longer. You don't define me.
I will second those those comments. I think it's really disappointing, and so it feels like people are talking out both sides of their mouths. But again, to underscore that there is no funny business, I can't help when Mr. Edwards opens his emails and chooses to open and read things. And the really inappropriate behavior by the members of the audience will not be tolerated this afternoon. So I hope we can control ourselves and act like adults. We will be adjourned and reconvene at 3 o'clock in here in the chambers for our regular scheduled board meeting.